All right, we'll call our meeting to order. Good to have each and every one of you here with us today and for our meeting. I'm going to ask Supervisor Tim Tatum if he'll do the invocation, and then Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell if he'll do the pledge to the flag.
Let's pray. Our most kind and gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you today, Lord, just thanking you, praising you for all you do for us. Father, we thank you for this opportunity that we have to be here and conduct county business. Lord, we pray that as everything that's said and done in this meeting will be done according to your will. Father, we ask you for wisdom. We ask you for guidance. And I just pray that everything that we do is pleasing in your sight. In Jesus' most holy and precious name I pray and ask it all. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good to have you up here. I have missed the day like that.
All right, we'll do the approval to the agenda. Do any of the board members have any additional additions, amendments, or deletions to the agenda?
I have one, item of number 4.
Okay, we'll get to that. That's the consent agenda. We'll get to that. We're talking about the approving the agenda as whole.
I didn't.
Yes, sir. Anything? Everything's okay? All right.
You need a motion to approve.
We don't need a motion on that, do we, Madam Clerk?
Yeah, if there's no changes, it's
If there's
approved
no
as-
changes, just if there's a change.
Yes, sir.
Where's my papers at? There they are. We got a recognition to do today. I'm going to ask Jonathan Smith if he will come forward, and I will ask Billy Ferguson if he will come forward. And Mr. Smith, on behalf of the Franklin County Board of Supervisors, I would like to thank you for your service to Franklin County. I'd also like to personally congratulate you on your recent selection for the 2020 Governor's EMS Award and your outstanding contribution to EMS Health Safety Award for putting a youth and mental health program. Thank you for identifying and working to help address so many pressing needs in our first responder community. Your positive change in working towards breaking the stigma of mental health with assisting in government developmental laws to both benefit the health and emotional well-being of first responders has been an asset to Franklin County. Please accept this letter as a token of our board's appreciation. We wish you the best in your future endeavors, growth in this program, and thank you for dedicated service as a public service and volunteering in many capacities to make a difference in your community. Folks, you got something you want to say?
Yeah, Jonathan, thank you, and congratulations on this. If you don't know what this award is, it's given by the Governor of Virginia. It's typically given out at the symposium in Norfolk in November, but it's canceled this year due to the COVID. But John competed against folks across the state in this and was awarded this, and it's been very instrumental with mental health issues in first response, not only in the state of Virginia, but all up and down the East Coast. And I think you're actually working with one of the senators out in California on making it a national type program. Congratulations.
We
we've endorsed the HERO Act. The data that we have researched and looked up and put out there actually helped revise the HERO Act and was pushed out of Congress in 2018. And the International Association of Fire Chiefs took the data that we provided and rewrote it. And as of this coming year, it should be pushed back into Congress.
Good, thank you for. Public comment, I'll ask Mr. Everett Boone if he'll come with the Patriot Network.
Good morning, thank you. My name is Everett Boone from Pearl, Virginia. We just recently formed a patriotic network for Franklin County. There's probably 25 or 30 of them nationwide. Bedford, Floyd, a few close places that are doing the same thing. We just want you to know that in this brochure that we've provided with you, in the back is a paper that shows all the executive members. Each one of those executive members have selected a day of praying, fasting and praying for what we're doing. We believe we can become a civic organization for the good of the community. We don't have any connections to any radical, anti-government, or none of that stuff. You've also, a lot of what we'll be doing would come under the classification of training. You're being given a DVD, a couple of DVDs. One of our associates is a descendant from a slave. He and his wife have done the investigation in original materials, using nothing but original materials. And that information that you have there is on slavery in Black American history. And it's something that's not taught. And the challenge is, if you review this material and you think it's something that needs to be taught, reach out to us. We can provide the instructors. Him and his wife, he's a minister, and his wife is an attorney, and both of them have withdrawn from their duties as those positions and have received a calling from God to teach accurate history. And so if I can't fill up like the auditorium or something, but if this is stuff that you think would be good for the community and get it into the hands of pastors, black and white, it's a lot of history that's taught is division, and they leave out the history that's not division. And so that's kind of what we're about. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Boone.
you.
All right, the remainder, for the consent agenda, we'll have to do action on this, but a reminder to the supervisors that if you have any questions about the consent agenda, please contact staff prior to the board meeting. A lot of these questions can probably be taken care of at that point. So, ladies and gentlemen, what's your pleasure on the consent agenda?
Mr. Chairman.
I had a comment, but with what you just said, maybe I should have done this for staff. I wasn't aware of that. But my comment is, the special use permit for Franklin County Speedway has not been issued yet. And we've been racing for the last 2 weeks. And I just think that maybe as a board, we should remind people that special use permits go into effect after the board approves them, not before.
Mr. Whitlow, you care to comment on that? Do you know anything about them meeting prior to?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Supervisor Mitchell, we certainly can reach out and advise applicants to make sure before they receive approval that, of course, before they start and begin such activities. I think in the way the application process is, it requires several different various directors and so forth, the health department, the sheriff's office, public safety and so forth, to sign off before it travels to the board. And I think in this particular instance, as I understand, public safety office was awaiting for that portion or that piece, and that's why while it may have been filed in February or March or whenever that was filed, I believe February, the staff did not receive some of the information until recently on the public safety piece, but it's all before you now, and all those respective departments have signed off accordingly. But Supervisor Mitchell, we can, as a matter of protocol, make sure that we close that loop in our application process.
And I'm assuming they've had this permit for years, that they've just retarded getting it done.
They have, and as I said, they have filed it. It was just some missing information piece that they were waiting on, and so staff worked with them to get that together, and we now have that, and we have all the signatures for approval.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Mitchell?
Number two, Mr. Chairman, reading through this, and staff, correct me if I'm wrong, it's not really a question, just more of a statement, but they're looking at a flat rate for 50 tons, correct? Did I read that correctly?
Say your question again, please.
$3,500 per 50 tons, and that where they're loading the barges in Pinhook, correct? That's how I read it.
Paul's right there.
So my question, or yeah, I guess it is a question. I see that the riprap's coming from a quarry in Blue Ridge. How can a quarry in Blue Ridge compete with a quarry that's only 5 miles up the road?
You know, that's a good question. Actually, I have to look into the quarry aspect of things. Yeah, we did it by 50 tons. I thought that might be a question because that's an odd number. That's actually the size. His barge can carry between, but it's 45 and 55 tons. So that's on an average, his barge carry 50 tons. And in which quarry, we didn't really specify any certain quarry or anything else like that. You know, when we're looking for proposals. So I'm not sure why it's one quarry over the other one. In fact, I'm not even sure the logistics of that side of the lake and the quickest route.
The Blue Ridge quarry to Pinhook's probably an hour and a half.
Okay.
And Jack's Mountain, maybe 10 minutes where
Okay.
they're loading. So I just want to make sure the county's getting the best bang for their buck on the actual stone.
If I remember a similar question in a prior board meeting, the quarries at Jack's Mountain and at Blue Ridge are owned by the same company.
Blue Ridge is Boxley,
Boxley
Jack's
is
Mountain
not-
is Rockydale.
Okay, okay.
And I would ask this board to make sure that our citizens are getting the best bang for the buck, require the company installing the riprap to provide every ticket from the quarry to make sure that we're getting 50 tons for $3,500. Because 50 tons would be like two 25-ton loads. There's very few trucks that can haul that much in one shot. I'd like to know the ins and outs of, and I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I should have asked, but I didn't really have a chance to look into this till probably Sunday.
Good, that's good.
Be glad to
Thank
get,
you.
yeah, be glad
You're
to
gonna
see
look
those
into
details. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else? All right,
Make a motion to approve.
second. Got a second for approval?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Nah.
Unanimous.
Mr. Chairman, a point of clarification, if I may. Number 2 that Mr. Mitchell pulled, it was an approval of a contract award. So I don't want to adopt the consent agenda without making sure we state that we pulled that it's not taken into the consent agenda for approval.
It wasn't pulled. You didn't pull it.
Well, I understand what you're saying. I probably should have asked for it to be pulled because I'm like adding stipulations to number 2.
If
right?
because we need to decide if we're approving it or not.
Yeah, I'd like to see the board request that we get the tickets to Paul from the quarry just to make sure that everything's on the up and up. That'd be great.
Okay, so, but the board, you don't want.
No, I
you
want
don't
them to get the
board
project
to pull,
done.
You just want them.
Yeah,
So
I
we'll
want-
pull it, so we're gonna make an amendment to the a motion here, then to pull number 2 until staff can pull those tickets to look at,
Well,
and then come back to the next meeting.
I might be able to help you guys, gentlemen, out on this. We do that as part of our process. Every day, we keep track. The last 2 projects we do, we have big stacks of these tickets where we track
Okay.
all the materials, everything like that as far as that goes, just to, I have a lot of faith in Dickey Dill and this company. What we do, just to keep everybody honest and know how many tonnage, we got a big stack of them, and so we can invoice and track every dollar,
I'm
every
good.
pound.
I'm good then. Sorry, I should have called you. I would like to make sure that we're getting the best price on the rock, though. He needs to check on that. I'm good. Keep it approved.
Good,
Yep.
keep it going.
If he's keeping up with tickets, that was my biggest concern. All right,
Yes, thank you.
appreciate it.
All right. John Hull, Roanoke Economic Development Partnership, an annual update.
Mr. Chairman, as Mr. Hull comes forward, it's a great introduction, or a great opportunity, I guess, for an introduction of John officially to the Board of Supervisors as the new Executive Director of the Roanoke Regional Partnership, which is the leading economic development organization, certainly for the Roanoke region, and Franklin County is one of the partnering local governments. Of course, Beth Dowdy, many of you will remember Beth Dowdy, who retired at the end of 2020. John is no stranger. He's probably going to maybe share a little bit with you of who he is and a little bit about his background, but John has been with the partnership several years. I've had the pleasure of working with John, and John is also a Franklin County resident. And I remember a conversation, John, I had with you years ago that you wouldn't leave Franklin County if you wanted to. I remember you had small kids at the time, and I think it was after a recreational league game or something, and you were enjoying lunch with your family. And I think John knows not only is Franklin County a great place to do business in your professional career, but in your personal life, it's a great place to live and raise a family. And so it's nice to have you with the board today. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to give that not so brief introduction to John Hull to the board this afternoon. So thank you, John.
Thank you, Chris, for the introduction. Franklin County is indeed a beautiful place to live, and I very much enjoy living here. And thank you, Chairman, and the members of the Board of Supervisors for the opportunity to present. So I greatly appreciate it. I am John Hull again, the new Executive Director of the partnership. Chris gave a great introduction. I just want to hit some of the highlights. I've been at the Roanoke Regional Partnership for about 10 years as Director of Market Intelligence before becoming Executive Director. And I was with the Roanoke Valley Allegheny Regional Commission for 7 years before that. And it's where I started the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy Program, and among other things. I'll just give you a little bit about my background. In 10 years at the partnership, I've been involved in every perspective or every facet of the organization, bringing research knowledge to bear upon direction of the organization and strategy. I have a 360-degree perspective on the organization. You may have seen some of my work previously on setting regional metrics and data. And we provide that information regularly to our local government partners. I'm a graduate of Roanoke College, and I've supplemented that education through graduation of various management as well as economic development continuing education programs, including the revered Oklahoma University Economic Development Institute, which is an industry standard. So very appreciative of the opportunity. In 2020, I just want to share by way of background, all the local governments in this region that are members provide $2.07 per capita. That's a rate that hasn't changed in 13 years. That money is matched by the private sector. Over the last few years, we have transitioned to augmenting our funding through event revenues. And in 2020, 6 events representing hundreds of thousands of dollars of revenue were cut in one fell swoop. So just keep in mind as I go through the presentation how we were able to carry on a full program of work and to keep things moving in spite of the pandemic effect on our revenues and our events. In March last year, 2020, we immediately went into action to do whatever we could to respond to the pandemic, to assist localities and their businesses. We worked with local governments and we coordinated effort as well as shared information. we launched immediately the Roanoke Region Responds webpage, where we listed resources for business on pandemics, on pandemic response programs, as well as jobs that are available to residents and so forth. We launched a survey to coincide with that webpage, and that survey resulted in inquiries from local business. And we sent those leads to local government departments of economic development, I think almost on a daily basis, so that they could respond to the needs. And those were mostly very small businesses throughout the region. The partnership coordinated a postcard mailing to every business license holder in the entire Roanoke region of Virginia to make those businesses aware of the webpage and those resources that are available to respond. As research director, formerly, I did progressive impact reports as we learned more information about the employment impact and what those were both projected to be and what they ended up being, and we shared that information with local governments. We put a large amount of information out on social media channels, such as Roanoke Outside, Roanoke.org, Get to Know Noke, which is our talent solutions program. We had Facebook traffic up over 8,000%, phenomenal growth in traffic as people were some people were sitting at home, a larger number of folks were sitting at home. We organized kind of collaborative calls every week with local departments of economic development, the Small Business Development Center, the Regional Workforce Board, the Regional Commission, Visit Virginia's Blue Ridge, and others. And we worked more closely with each other and we learned from each other. And we found ways to assist each other throughout the pandemic and responding. And lastly, we organized an Opportunity Zone webinar targeting investors, realtors, property owners, and others in the Opportunity Zone. We were the pilot for Virginia Community Capital, which has a statewide Opportunity Zone program, and they replicated our effort throughout the state. So we were a leader in that regard. And there was good news in 2020. Projects in the pipeline prior to the pandemic were able to proceed with 4 announcements, 2 new locations, and 2 expansions, including traditional medicinals here in Franklin County. So we were very fortunate to be able to demonstrate results. These announcements represent 440 primary jobs and $46 million in investment, new capital investment. A lot of our traditional marketing activities, in-person consultant events and trade shows were all canceled. We had planned to go to Select USA, a New York consultant event, the Site Selectors Guild, and area development. So we launched virtual engagement through Zoom. We had, all in all, fewer engagements with those consultants, but they were higher in quality, more personal. And we were able to share the news on site developments and to translate that into project activity. By the end of 2020, we found that project activity was up. We continue to receive RFIs, those are requests for information on our market and the real estate available, all throughout the pandemic, even in the kind of the height of the pandemic. And we did find that there's an ongoing challenge in terms of the inventory of modern buildings. That's an ongoing challenge for us, as well as ready sites, although I think Summit View Business Park and some other developments in the region have made a big impact on our lead activity, and we'll look at that here in a second. So we had 16 projects from the state. Nearly 2/3 of our project activity was generated by the RRP, the Roanoke Regional Partnership, and its consultant relationships. But the lead pipeline, as you can see, finished in quite a strong position. The year finished overall actually at a higher level of projects, slightly higher in terms of prospects. And these definitions, by the way, a project is when we learn of an opportunity. We have information on it. It's a qualified, bona fide business opportunity. And it turns into a prospect when they visit and hit the ground. So just by way of definition. So we finished the year ahead in terms of our project activity from the year prior. Again, project files, those are when we learn of a business opportunity. We know what the jobs and investment look like quite normally. We are submitting real estate to them. Prospects are when they visit and hit the ground. You'll see that the first half of 2020 was a bit slow. As the pandemic hit, we did continue to receive RFIs. But you'll see that once March hit, things were sort of on pause for a few months, but then that latter half of the year was quite busy. We had really brisk activity in terms of prospects and project files opened. In 2020, we saw a significant increase in terms of our large site, what I call a large acreage project. I attribute that to work by local governments to develop new real estate product. And our work to communicate the good news in terms of site development and readiness. So this increase is continuing. Some of the hottest projects and newest projects are large acreage projects, which I call 50 acres or more. It's something that this region was not really able to compete for effectively before Summit View Business Park or some of the other developments in the region. We had as many larger site projects in 2020 as we had the previous 3 years. And so as those sites increase in readiness, the story gets better and we get folks coming to take a look, which is excellent. It can translate into investment and new jobs. In the middle of the year, we did receive our third Go Virginia grant. There's a lot of activity, I think we can all say, around supporting smaller business through some of the government programs that were out there during the pandemic. This Go Virginia grant was meant to focus in on the traded sectors. Those are the medium-sized businesses and larger, to kind of touch base, see where things are, but also develop a strategy around supporting those businesses in the years ahead. So that was excellent work. It was a second summer of our talent division internship program, in which we had to force a major pivot in how we delivered that program. We had shifted our program entirely online, which opened opportunities for more people to enroll. And we saw a tremendous increase in enrollment. We tripled enrollment from the first year. We had 150 college students and recent graduates in our 9-week professional development program. We had a higher number of students majoring in engineering, computer sciences, pre-healthcare, and business. So we touched all the in-demand professional areas. And in May, we started a remote worker campaign to take advantage, or to promote, I should say, to people who are looking for a safer place to live, to let them know about our higher quality of life, let them know about the opportunities there are to live here and conduct business remotely. The campaign's still running. It helped us make contacts with people who were considering relocation because, frankly, they can. They work for an employer that allows it. And it's a way or a strategy to address the issue of population growth, as well as a means to build a workforce to meet the needs of industry in the future. And anecdotally, I'm hearing every day of a story of an executive, or a higher income individual who has moved into the region. And so I think this is paying off in some ways. And you may have seen the population growth statistics from 2019 to 2020. We actually had a significant increase in the rate of our population growth regionally. Here's an example of how we used our communication channels, such as Roanoke Outside, to communicate important information during COVID. So if you went to RoanokeOutside.com back in March or April or May, you immediately received a pop-up. It gave updates on information such as safety, retailers that were open, access to outdoor amenities. If you do recall back in those days, in some ways it seems like it was so long ago it's hard to remember, but not all of the amenities were open. Appalachian Trail, some of the things were closed, and so we put that information out for the benefit of visitors as well as our residents. We had a 200% increase in outdoor asset usage, at least those that are measured in terms of visitors and so forth. And as we have for the past 12 years, Roanoke Outside is the channel that people look for to get information on the outdoors. And we've worked on a strategy to develop and monetize outdoor assets for more than a decade. COVID really made those assets more important than ever, and I think we can all be very thankful that work was done to lay the foundation. Project Outside is perhaps one of the best examples of how the partnership pivoted and benefited the region in 2020. Major fundraising events, as we shared, the Blue Ridge Marathon, Go Fest, Go Cross. Some of them didn't happen. Some of those that did not go on as scheduled or in the typical format. So Go Fest is probably one of the most anticipated weekends of the year, had a much lower profile, smaller activities scattered throughout the region, and a socially distanced concert. Yet our staff was able to persuade our sponsors to let us keep the money and apply it to maintenance and development of outdoor assets regionally. And that sponsorship money, concert revenue, a community fundraising campaign raised more than $100,000 to be spent on outdoor assets. In Franklin County in particular, you received 2 grants. we were pleased to support these great outdoor initiatives. To build a new beginner intermediate mountain bike flow trail in Wade Park, and to provide some trail building and repair tools for your volunteers to provide a sustainable sort of method of maintenance. As well as, of course, regional, other improvements around the region. So that's how I got here, and that's a recap of 2020, but I know you're interested in where we're going as a region. So my vision is to have a proactive program of work that's responsive to trends and market needs. And we just actually had a strategic plan advisory council meeting today. So we're looking at a new 5-year plan for the Roanoke Regional Partnership going forward. And we're working closely with our local government partners, Chris and others on development of that plan. To grow the economy of a small metro like the Roanoke region, with big aspirations, because we do have a big vision, it requires proactive strategic work and intervention to keep the wheels moving. Product development, talent, and innovation, and continued efforts in the outdoors are all needed and required to keep our forward momentum. So we are revising our 5-year plan. We think that plan is likely going to instruct us to engage more intentionally in the technology innovation space, look more closely at the sectors that we market to, kind of recalibrate, revise, because the conditions and the opportunities may have changed in the last year. So we have Ernst Young on board doing a great analysis and looking at what the opportunities are so we can make sure that we're responsive. We intend to increase the talent work and work in terms of attracting those remote workers and the as well as the students in the colleges and universities around here, put them in touch with employers and make those connections so that we can continue to grow our population. In terms of the opportunity zones, Summit View Business Park is in a qualified opportunity zone. And we have an opportunity, as we learn of bankable deals, things that investors can put money in, to promote those opportunities to investment funds and others in the opportunity zone space. In the outdoors, we'll be looking, I think, at sustainable sources of funding to continue to maintain our outdoor assets. It's our unifying theme of promotion, of tourism, of business development in a lot of ways, and we have to make sure that we protect those assets and keep them, and also develop new and keep building, keep the momentum going. Site development, I think, as you're aware, is not a one and done proposition. The region needs the right real estate to attract new employers and to support those in the market. When market conditions are right, there will be opportunities to look at future investments, both in existing parks, but maybe also future properties as well. And then finally, we're looking at marketing enhancements such as digital tools, greater utilization of platforms such as LinkedIn, professional platforms in the social media world, to get our message out to professional audiences. I'm continually putting information out through there, both through the Roanoke region page, but also my page, and also linking up with site selectors and others in the industry to double down on our marketing in terms of our core mission of attracting jobs, investment, as well as residents to this beautiful region we call home. So the Roanoke Regional Partnership is an organization. It was tested in 2020, as were all of our local governments and all of our businesses. It was a trying time, but I think we didn't miss a beat. And we pivoted immediately, found new ways to contribute to economic success, and we will continue to do that in 2021. Thank you for your many years of support, and I am happy to answer your questions.
Mr. Hull, I've got a question. In your request for services, what's the ratio between water activities versus bike trails, hiking trails?
Oh, request for outdoor services, water
Yes.
activities. That's an interesting question, because a lot of users don't necessarily make an active request. We put it out there proactively, so it's a little hard to measure in that way. But I will say that I think paddling is really increasing in popularity. I know in the midst of the pandemic, I went on a week-long paddling trip myself, and I came away from it really wanting a canoe, and I wanted some kayaks, and I couldn't find them, right? And I actually ended up getting a few boats by the end of the year, but I think paddling's really increased in popularity. But hiking and land-based activities continue to be popular as well.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else? Any more questions?
Mr. Chairman, I just have a comment. Of course, the regional partnership is currently updating their economic strategic plan, and Ernst & Young is the consulting group out of Charlotte. I think our lead project manager is out of Charlotte.
That's right.
Mr. Rod, I forget Rod's last
Rod
name.
Garth, yes, sir.
Yes, and of course, he was on the call earlier this morning and was a meeting. I thought it was very beneficial from a lot of the various members of the partnership and local governing representatives, as well as a lot of the CEOs in the region. One of the takeaways from the information this morning and John, I think you highlighted that a little bit in the report when you noted that the partnerships had a 300% increase in prospect activity, primarily due to the fact that the region now has sites that were not previously had before. Sites meaning the Summit View Business Park, of course, but also Greenfield and Botetourt, as well as the Woodhaven project in Roanoke that Roanoke County shares with Roanoke City and Salem. That being said, that was reemphasized in this morning's call, that the vacancy rate in a lot of the early market data research in the Roanoke region in terms of the national cities that the Roanoke area competes with is the vacancy rate, of course, for industrial buildings and industrial sites is very small in the Roanoke region, which means there's a lot of capacity ahead for our region to build more product, meaning sites and buildings. And in doing so, I guess, translates into prospect visits and so forth. But I just wanted to share that because I thought that was very important. They did a national market database research, Ernst & Young did, and the information they shared with us this morning. And I thought that was very interesting for us to continue to be competitive as a locality, as a county, but as a region, the need for additional product. So anyway, that's just a comment I had. I thought I would share with the board.
Great insight, and it's absolutely true.
Thank you, Mr. Hall, for your presentation. We appreciate it.
Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall.
Mr. Burnett.
It's only the only reason why.
Okay.
No, you're good. Now, as Madeline's getting this put up, just wanted to make a comment. John Hall has been a long time friend of Franklin County. He's been at the partnership for as long as I've been in Franklin County, and has been a great partner for us. And I think the partnership itself has been a wonderful friend to Franklin County, and I think you're going to see that moving forward as much or even more as what you've seen in the past. So it's great to have John aboard. Before I get into my presentation, I just wanted to take a quick second to make another introduction to the board. Beth Sims is our new Economic Development Director. She is starting her third week with us. She probably thinks it's been 3 months or 3 years so far. We put her through the ringer. But just wanted to introduce her to the board. I think most of you already know her, but just, like I said, just wanted to give you a quick introduction.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. I just wanted to say
Will
thank
you
you
take
for.
your mask off, please?
Yeah. I just want to say thank y'all for the opportunity. I'm very excited to be here, and I look forward to working with all of y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Beth.
Thanks, Beth.
All right. So just going to give you a quick overview of some of the updates at the Summit View Business Park so that the board's aware of some different things. Again, just general update on about 5 or 6 projects. Probably the most exciting for us as economic developers and the Board of Supervisors is to see traffic starting in the Summit View Business Park. The 2 businesses that have announced and that are under construction are nearing opening. Valley Star Credit Union is just working on the final touches of their building, and they're expecting to be operational this June. And then the Stick Pack Solutions building, Beth and I were there just this morning. It's looking fantastic. They actually went operational on Friday. So they are already up and running. They're ramping up right now. And we're looking to do a ceremony with the board coming up over the next couple of months in the May-June timeframe as they get ramped up. But yeah, it was great to see employees at work, and they seem to be doing really well with the new facility. The next big project that we're going to be undertaking is the D3 road segment and the Eagle site. As you know, we've had this under design for a while now. We are now just about finished up with the 100% plan review at VDOT. The engineer is recommending that we go to bid on that first week of May.
and then open bids and do an award sometime in June. Is the initial idea right now. We're working with VDOT on that timeline to make sure that works as far as their requirements and anything else that we need to do as a county. So again, when this project is completed, you will now be able to go from one end of the park on 220 out to Brick Church Road and back down to 220. So you'll be able to get through that entire southern area of the park, as well as create what we're calling the Eagle Site, which will be a 15 to 17 acre graded pad for the next business that wants to come to Franklin County. The 24-hour library was just completed and announced on March the 24th. We have already seen visitation increasing, 12 to 15 open slots per day, and really has not gotten out to the public yet where this is located. So it's going to just continue being used. Allison Berry, our wonderful library director, has even made comment that she's getting calls from people around Virginia wanting to know how to replicate that it was very impressive. The connector road, which will be the final major road project that we have to do to get the Sunview Business Park up and running full speed, is moving forward. We've received our federal EDA grant, VDOT revenue sharing grant, as well as Smart Scale money. So right now we are drafting the RFP, or the request for proposals, for hiring an engineer. Once we have that done, we've got to send that to the federal government, to VDOT to review to make sure it meets all of their requirements. And as soon as they're good with it, then we will come to this board with that draft RFP and ask for permission to move forward with advertising to get an engineer. All right, and I believe this is the last slide. So the board has been very adamant in the last few months that that you all want to see some improvements at the farmhouse area, and hopefully for those of you that maybe go by that every day, you're seeing a transformation there at the park. So we've got the house, which is down in the bottom right, has already been painted. We still got to put a second coat on the top and then paint the porch. But that's moving along well. The house porch construction has been completed. That was something that Ms. Smith had mentioned, with the steps being very unsure and unsteady. We got those fixed. We've hooked up to the Western Virginia Water Authority. We've got the silos underway right now. You can see that big picture. The one on the right is almost done, and the one on the left has been cleaned, so you can see the difference, what it's going to look like here very soon. And then, of course, the enhanced mowing, trimming, and landscaping. And that's all I had on Summit View, unless the board had any questions on that before I moved into my next item.
I noticed I was out there last week. I noticed the painting on the silos, and the house really looks a lot better.
It does.
Looks a lot better, totally different, changed everything. I got one question.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any idea how many new jobs StickPack put in out there?
I know that they have about 60 people there right now, as of today, and I'm not sure how much, what that's going to do as they ramp up, but 60 as of today.
Wow. Any more questions?
If I may.
Okay.
Mike, with the connector road, with the Smart Scale grant, will the receipt of that money fall in line with the construction and the other grant awards? Because I know Smart Scale runs behind in terms of, when those projects typically begin.
Yeah, and that's a wonderful question. We have been blessed that VDOT has been great to work with in trying to make sure that all of our timelines match up. So it looks like right now, as we, again, things are still a little early, but right now it looks like that, yes, we will be able to make the construction periods work with the Smart Scale and the federal money, as well as the revenue sharing. It may end up being that we have to wait on reimbursement for one of those grants, maybe the Smart Scale, for a few months until we get into the right fiscal year. But it all should flow in and all be paid for.
And with the farmhouse, do we have, or is there signage there saying what that is?
Not yet.
Are we going to do that?
We are, yes,
Okay.
ma'am. So what we're going to be doing, and I should have added it to the slide, the two entrance signs, the main entrance signs to the park will be up by June the 4th, June the 5th, in that time frame. So you'll see those very, very quickly. But the second round of signs that we put up will have some of those interior identification signs. And so it'll have the farmhouse, and it'll also have parking. We'll have a directional sign into the parking lot at the farmhouse saying trail parking as well, so that people that want to do some of the trails that we've got there or will have there will know where to park and all of that.
Thank you, Mike.
You're welcome.
I had a constituent bring up a good point. The silos, do we have something to prevent people from climbing the ladders to the top?
Yeah, so all that's going to be part of the process. They're actually going to be welding underneath so that those can't be used, as well as there's some holes in different locations that we're going to be locking up as well, so it becomes watertight.
And I mentioned this one other time about some of the people in the commercial industrial world that a lot of stuff got canceled last year as far as people buying into new developments and building new buildings and stuff like that for their business. I would ask that, I don't know if this is a question for Davenport, I'd like maybe a 12 to 18 month forecast of what our financial advisor is predicting for potential new customers, because it looks like you're going to be asking for some money pretty soon to move forward with some new pads out there. And I would like to see what Davenport may have to say or another financial advisor may have to say in regards to the future. I think an 18-month forecast would be really good.
Absolutely. We can do that, and John's still here, so John's going to be the one that really helps us with that, so we'll
Okay.
make sure that we get that for you.
Thank you. That's all I got, buddy. Appreciate it.
Mr. Carter?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mike, thank you for that review. Farmhouse looks great. Could you kind of give the board an update on the lease with the farm produce people and what we talked about earlier, just so we're all on the same page?
Absolutely. Yeah, there had been some potential chatter that the county was not allowing the public to utilize the pavilion there at Summit View. Just wanted to let you all know, as you remember, I believe it was in February or March, that you all approved a lease with the Foothills Produce Auction to utilize the pavilion on Tuesdays and Fridays for their usage for their auction. And then we're actually, I think Paul is still here. We got a lot of partnerships going, as you can tell. Paul has got picnic tables that are being shipped or in transit right now. As soon as those come in and we install those in the pavilion, then we'll be actually opening that pavilion up for public rentals, which should be around the 1st of May.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, I just would like to make a comment. In talking to the contractor on the house, I just asked him, what's the condition of the house? He said the house is in very good shape. And, you know, for the board members, for us to know, what he's doing is going into a good product, and the house is in good shape, so a little reassuring.
Yep, definitely. All right, so I just had two more quick items for the board, and be glad to answer any questions. We've got farm leases or agricultural leases on your agenda for Summit View. As you all know, what we've done in the past is we've actually sectioned this up. When we purchased the properties for Summit View, there were two different families that had farming leases that they wanted to keep going on the property. So we've allowed that to continue. We had a 5-year first right of refusal in our original agreement on both of those properties. So the one on the south side is called the former Fike Farm, Herschel Fike's property. Seth Jameson has been farming that, has done a fantastic job for us. We've also, on the north side, that 5-year first right of refusal ran out in December, but we've continued to let him farm on that if the board so chooses. Don Sink has been farming that for decades and done a fantastic job. He's a wonderful source of information for us when we need it. So it helps us tremendously at Summit View by not having to go out and mow and bush hog 200 and 300 acres of property. And you don't want to let a property like Summit View grow up into weeds and that kind of stuff. So it works out really well. It's also a little charming for some of the prospects that come in. They can see working farm there at where they're going to be located. So anyway, we've got 2 leases here that we would respectfully request the board to adopt.
Mr. Gunny, if you got a question.
Yeah, how many acres are we leasing out there?
Let me pull that for you real quick. All right, so what we've got for Seth Jameson is about 34 acres. And for Don Sink, that's going to be about 147 acres.
They've been renting these continuously.
They have.
Yeah. I've been out there. They look like they do a pretty good job.
They do. They've been really good.
A little bit of washout on the hillside on the other side of the tower, but the rest of it looks pretty good. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, we need to vote on the leases. There's a possible motion to approve or deny in the back of number 6.
Mr. Chairman.
Somebody wants to make a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve the proposed 2021 agricultural leases to Mr. Seth Jamison and Mr. Don Sink at the Summit View Business Park.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor by recognition of yes?
Yes.
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 Any opposed, the same sign? Madam Clerk? Okay.
Thank you. So one last item, and I will move out of your way. As you know, at the last meeting, we brought to you all a potential CDBG grant in partnership with the West Piedmont Planning District Commission that will utilize the free clinic, STEP, as well as our Parks and Recreation Aging Department to provide funding to help with COVID-related issues going forward in food security. One of the things that we said at that time was that we would put together a memorandum of understanding between us and West Piedmont to make sure that everybody knew exactly what their role was, because these kind of grants can be very labor intensive, and of course staff resources are pulled very tight. We have worked that out, got that in front of you. I'll be glad to answer any questions that you might have, but it seems like it was something that staff felt good about and West Piedmont did as well.
Are there any questions on this particular item?
Mr. Chairman, if I just may make a brief comment.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Burnett, STEP Board is extremely grateful to be included in this grant award. So I just wanted to pass that on to staff and the board as well.
Thank you.
All right. Anybody else got any? We need a motion. Mr. Mitchell, go ahead.
Just a thought. I haven't looked at my packet yet. This came. West Piedmont will meet Thursday evening, and if there's any instructions, I'll be glad to deliver them.
Okay. There's a sample motion in your packet in number 7 there on the second page. Mr. Carter?
Mr. Chairman, I'll be glad to make the motion to approve the attached memorandum of understanding with the WPPDC for the administration of the CDBG grant.
Thank you, sir. Second?
Second.
Numerous seconds. We do a motion. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Any deny, same? 100%.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you, Mike. Ryan Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
members
sir.
of the board. So our financial report will be as of March 31st, which would be 3/4 of the way through the fiscal year, 75%. And so just looking at the general fund that we typically like to show the overview, the snapshot, we'd be looking at our percentages as 75% of budget. Our revenues are looking good. The biggest area where we are seeing the decrease is the revenue from use of money and property. That is our interest earnings. They're coming in lower than expected. As we all know, you can't get a lot of interest at the bank right now on your savings account. So we are seeing a drop there, but the other revenues are compensating. Overall revenues are coming in very well compared to the budget. For expenditures, similar thing. Everything is around that 75% where we would expect to be. We do see a little bit of an uptick in public safety, but again, that's where the CARES Act money was spent. So everything is in line with where we would expect to be this time of year. Just to graphically show that to you, you can kind of see how we're trending similar compared to prior year on the revenue side. So on the for the revenue graph, you're breaking down by your categories. You can see where we are up in general property taxes. That's about a $2.8 million increase compared to the prior year. That's mostly driven by real estate, almost entirely driven by real estate. Other local taxes are up almost $1.3 million. A big chunk of that is sales tax. We also are seeing a large increase in our grantee tax on deeds. A lot of refinancings, a lot of projects going on in the county. As far as revenue from the state, that's pretty static, maybe $500,000, but not a large enough increase to really have anything to report to you there. It's pretty in line with where we'd expect it to be. So to break that down a little further under your general property taxes, so we mentioned the real estate tax. So almost $2.5 million a growth over the prior year. That's about 6.3%. Most of that is the recognition of the reassessment. There is a little bit of new construction growth in there that you would expect. But you can see percent of budget, we were conservative. We're at 101% of budget. So as far as a budget in a fiscal year, we're already at a surplus in a real estate tax line item. For personal property, it's not seeing the same level of growth that we would like to see. Typically, we see about 3 or 4% in personal property tax. That's healthy growth. We're at about 1.2% when compared to the prior year. There's a little bit of a difference in the Mountain Valley Pipeline one-time revenue, but not enough to really drive that fluctuation. So not really sure, to be honest with you, exactly what, if it's delayed. I'm not seeing a lot of penalties and interest, so we're just keeping an eye on that. It's still above budget. So we're at 108.75% above budget. So if you remember, we were very conservative in our personal property collections, thinking that might be a drag as people looked, if they had an impact from COVID, which bills they might pay. And so that's we're still above budget, and we're looking okay for what we're budgeting for next fiscal year as well. But we do want to see, in the new assessments, we still expect a 3 or 4% growth. So while concerning, it's still okay for this fiscal year because we budgeted appropriately, and we are still seeing growth in our personal property tax line item.
Brian, is some of that maybe the reduction in the personal property tax rate that we adopted last year?
Some of it will be exactly that. The 5-cent drop is going to offset that, yes.
Okay.
So I don't think that'll account for the full, it won't get you to 3 or 4% if we impact that, but you're exactly right, Ms. Smith. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may. This 8.75% that you're saying is above budget.
Yes.
How much money is that?
Well, I'll have to average it out for you, but I would say that's almost 10%. So if you're looking at above budget off of $12 million, 10% would be about $1 million.
All right, so
1.2.
that money's already accounted for in this coming fiscal year's budget?
That money's already been received in the current fiscal year. And when we projected for the upcoming fiscal year, we did take into account what we thought we would collect, yes.
So it's not new money that we can use? Is that what
It's
you're
not.
telling me?
It would probably be a year-end surplus. So when we get to the end of the fiscal year, assuming the collections for the rest of the year continue to hold okay, it will contribute to a year-end surplus that we would be able to decide what to do with.
Oh, that's great news, buddy.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Here, see the wheels turning.
Okay.
Okay. So for sales tax, similar trend, we're still seeing a year-over-year increase in sales tax. We're at about almost 700,000 compared year over year. It's about 16.6% of an increase. Percent of budget is similar situation. We're at right over 100%, again, budgeting conservatively. So we're in a good situation fiscally. Meals tax continues to run a little behind prior year. We're at 1.6% below last year. That's just under 15,000, but we're still above budget because we planned for a 25% drop. So we're at 107% of budget for the fiscal year. And transient occupancy continues. Our lodging tax continues to show significant growth. It's at 53.5% increase compared to prior year, but that's a lot smaller. That's only about $63,000 overall, so just not a big revenue driver for us. So for expenditures, we're overall, when you average out the fluctuations, trending exactly where we would expect to be. You see some increases in November and December compared to the prior year. That's mostly going to be CARES Act money. We had that deadline that was then moved at the last minute, but we had a lot of expenses come in those 2 months. But you can see it averages back out, and through February and March, we're actually below expenditures for this time period in the prior year. Breaking it out a little bit more by category, you can see we still have that difference in our public safety function. That's still CARES Act. We've spent about $7.6 million so far in this. Well, we are finished spending the CARES Act money, so we spent $7.6 million in this fiscal year of CARES Act money. Everything else is fairly even with prior year. And a similar thing with our breakdown of health and welfare. Social services on average is comparable to prior year, and CSA is right on par with prior year. There is no real change in the fund balance status. We haven't obligated any other funds since last month's meeting, so we're still at $2.9 million, estimated at above our 20% minimum. So did want to provide you a little update on the American Rescue Plan Act, or the ARPA. We like our acronyms. And so that was a total bill of $1.9 trillion. Of that $1.9 trillion, $350 billion was allocated to states and local governments. Of that $350 billion, $130 billion was specific to local governments and $65 billion specific to counties. So out of that $65 billion pot, the county is expected to receive some allocation. Similar to the CARES Act funds, the U.S. Treasury is going to oversee the funds and provide the guidance on the eligible uses. We are still waiting on that guidance. It will probably be halfway through the process before they decide to give us guidance and tell us we spent it wrong. But unlike the CARES money, these funds will be distributed directly from the federal government to the county. Previously, they were distributed to the state. The state gave the money to the county. What that means for an administrative impact is it's a lot more work on the county. So county staff will have to be a lot more directly involved with the receipt of that money, with the proper accounting of that money, with the auditing of that money, and with the implementation of that money. We'll, as guidance comes out, we'll of course look at that, but that is the difference between when you receive direct federal aid or pass-through. CARES Act was passed through, it came to us from the state. This will be direct federal aid. So there's very little guidance, really no guidance, other than what's in the Act itself. The allowable uses read similar to what you heard a lot about in CARES Act, with a few changes. There are significant changes. but I don't think it impacts us that much, and I'll get into that. So the first allowable use is to respond to the public health emergency or its negative economic impacts. Here's where it includes assistance to households, small businesses. It does include specifically nonprofits this time, or aid to impacted industries such as tourism, travel, hospitality. So that's similar to the CARES program. We had a couple of rounds of small business grants, so that looks to be an eligible use again. To respond to workers performing essential work during the public health emergency. We had a little bit of eligibility under CARES Act with like hazard pay. We'll wait on the guidance again. We'll see how that shakes out as to what the specific parameters are on that. But that is an eligible use. To provide government services to the extent of the reduction in revenue. This is one where that is a change. CARES Act did not allow this. The ARPA does. However, as you've seen with our finance report, we really don't have a revenue impact that we could use to restore some funding for that would be significant. And it also clarifies to make necessary investments in water, sewer, or broadband infrastructure. So as we continue to get guidance, we will continue to vet that, but that's the very broad categories that are in the Act itself that we are aware of at this point. One big thing that it can't be used for is to offset tax reductions or to delay a tax increase. And that gets to a lot of federal money is about supplanting. So their point is you can't use this to delay something you're eventually going to do anyway from a local government standpoint. You can't use this money for that. So I mentioned there's very little guidance at this point. We're still waiting. The only thing that we have heard from the federal government is be ready to send us your information as far as financial. Be sure you're registered on all the appropriate sites, so when it's time to distribute the money, we'll get it to you as quick as we can. We do think, based on the Act, it will be distributed in the next 30 to 60 days. The original estimates were that it would be broken up into 2 payments. We would get half of it in the next month or 2, then the other half about a year later. The estimate, which is very unofficial because it's not from U.S. Treasury, it's from other associations who have taken the wording and estimated based on the total amount of funding. Estimated for the county would be about $10.8 million that we would receive in total. So probably about $5 million in a month or 2, another $5 million in about a year. We have a lot longer to spend these funds. December 31st, 2024, so almost 3 years, which is a lot better timeline to actually make an impact using the money. All the other governments are going to be doing the same thing, so depending on what we choose to use it for, there's certainly going to be a demand for contractors in any of those specific services. We also anticipate, based on estimates, that the public school system would receive $19 million. And I'm not sure if that's broken up into, that's something we'd have to look at. I'd have to look at that funding scenario. But the biggest thing, the biggest takeaway right now is patience. Patience is key. There's a lot of funding streams. The state is getting a large chunk of money. They'll probably be putting programs. What we don't want to do is say, let's invest $10 million into broadband, and then the state comes up with a grant program where we could have applied for that and used that money and redirected the county's $10 million into something better. And so part of the patience is just, as we look at the county school funding, look at the state programs, we have a lot of time to decide. So the next 2-3 months, we think, will be very critical in what that guidance comes out with, what we see other governments doing. And that's something that we'll do similar to CARES Act, where we'll continue to bring this information to you and provide ultimately some plan or proposed use of all of these funds.
Mr. Chairman, may I offer a comment, please?
Yes.
Oh, there it is. Just had to wait. I think the like the small business relief and then getting with United Way to help our citizens is great. I just want to let you know what I think. I think we need to invest in internet with this money. That would be probably my #1 wish list. All right, that's it.
Any more questions or comments for Brian?
I have a question, and Brian, you might not be able to answer this, but that $19 million that the school going to get,
yes.
Do we know what guidelines that they're going to be held to as far as what that money can be used for?
I don't know all of the guidelines. I don't know if there might be in a similar situation we are. I imagine most of it is going to be similar to address learning loss. There'll probably be a capital component to it. There'll probably be a virtual learning component to it. How that breakdown is, I'm not sure, but that's part of what I think we can look at. You'll probably see some ability for facility upgrades. What I mean by that, HVAC, air circulation, those type things. So part of what we want to look at overall is weave all of these funding streams together to get the best possible output and product for the county and the school system.
Thank you.
Yes.
Does that raise any more questions? Thank you, Brian. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Bud.
Thank you, Brian.
All right. I don't know whether, if you noticed or not, but I want to thank Madam Clerk and the Sheriff's Office. We're trying to get some normalcy back. Things have been moved around, as well as some seats added back into the auditorium so that it's back to, they're staying within the compliance guidelines set forth by the state. So we are trying to get things back to normal as much as possible, and thanks everybody for their help on that. All right, we're going to take a short break.
Thank goodness.
And then reconvene for a work session with VDOT and B75. And they're going to go over their engineering reports prior to a public hearing tomorrow virtually, correct? And everything. So we will reconvene in B75 for our workshop with VDOT. We'll get our evening meeting started. Mr. Tatum's got something to read.
Okay, I make a motion to certify that only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed session to which this certification applies, and only such business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed session was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting to which the certification applies.
We'll get a second.
Second.
Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. I'm going to start again with Mr. Supervisor Ronald Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Supervisor Plunkett.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
Yes, ma'am.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes. All right. As recess for previous advertised public hearing is followed. West County Administrator Chris Whitlow and Brian Carter, Director of Finance and Human Services, to present the public hearing.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As Mr. Carter is coming to the podium, just remind the board, of course, the public hearings this evening, there are 4 related to the budget. Of course, we have the county budget hearing this evening, and then the setting of tax levies on property tax levies this evening. And then there are 2 other hearings, one specifically on the transient occupancy tax and another on the proposed cigarette tax. And of course, this evening is to receive input from the public this evening, and Mr. Carter is going to give the board an introduction to each separate hearing. I think 4 separate hearings are required. The board is not necessarily required to take action following the public hearings this evening. By code on the county budget, there is a 7-day minimum requirement. So really the purpose this evening is to hear from the public, and I think Mr. Carter's here to give a summary of each of the proposed budget hearings this evening.
We'll do them one at a time, please.
Yes, sir. So the first public hearing is for the implementation of a cigarette tax. So just a brief overview, and some of the information, or most of the information on these slides, is information you've previously seen in work sessions. It's not really new, but as a reminder, an overview. Virginia Code Section 58.1-3830 is what allows counties to implement a cigarette tax. That was newly implemented by the General Assembly. Previously, other than a few select counties in Northern Virginia, counties were not allowed to assess a cigarette tax. So the enacted tax requires a stamp which would be paid for by the locality and purchased by wholesalers or retailers and placed on a pack of cigarettes for retail sale. The legislation allows a tax of up to 2 cents per cigarette or 40 cents per pack. The county cannot collect cigarette taxes for businesses within town limits, so anything within the town of Rocky Mount or the town of Boone's Mills, should they have a tax, would not be applicable to this tax, would not be in addition to. The difficulty in projecting the tax revenue is related to several variables. One is it's a declining tax revenue, typically. Less people do smoke. We see that historically with some of the averages. Some of it will be reduced by administrative costs. There we have to obviously purchase the stamps up front. That would be something that would be reimbursed. There would have to be the assessment process. There would have to be some level of audit and compliance. The discussion of the legislation in the last General Assembly session was to possibly require participation in a regional cigarette tax board. That was not ultimately successful, so counties have the option to join a board or to implement the tax on their own. Due to the logistics to implement a tax, our authority is effective July 1st, 2021. Due to the logistics to implement such a tax, in the proposed budget, we're proposing implementing January 1st, 2022, to allow several months for staff and county offices to move forward. One of the things that would need to be worked out is what level of administration that we provide. That's something where we would work with county offices, particularly the Commissioner of Revenue and the Treasurer. Ultimately, the state is contracted with a stamp vendor, so that procurement piece is not necessary. We would not incur costs for that. But we'd have to reach out to that vendor for pricing. They offer other services that would include, for a fee, which we do not know at this time, working directly with the wholesalers themselves. So the way that process works, if we purchase the stamps, we have to hold them here at the county, kind of like an inventory. And they're purchased in bulk, and then we would sell them essentially just like a point of sale system. One of the options we could contract with would be to have that vendor deal directly. So that's one option that we're looking at to minimize any possible impacts. But then there's also the auditing and compliance logistics. How much that's required is really going to be up to the ultimate cost-benefit analysis as to how far we want to pursue. When you look at, you're probably going to collect 70 to 80% of the tax with very minimal effort, because once it's made known, people will go ahead and start paying. You're probably then going to have to determine how much cost you want to insert for the other 20 or 30% to collect. How much I don't know that it needs an entire full-time new position. With some of the smaller towns, they don't have that level, but they also have a much smaller geography as far as what they're managing. So we are proposing 15 cents per pack. It is estimated, because we're only doing a half of a year, to bring in $75,000 for that January to June period. The funds would be set aside in a reserve, not knowing how much implementation would be. There certainly would be more upfront costs for a new tax than once it was fully implemented. Staff fully anticipated it would take 2 to 3 years to fully implement. It's just going to take time to get a new tax and everybody used to the assessment of it, the paying of it, the collection, the stamping process.
A little different when it comes to Oregon, how it affects.
As far as that goes, other than that, be happy to answer any questions. There's a lot of things that would need to be worked out, but as what's proposed in the budget right now, it's really a set-aside reserve. The other intent, whatever's left, would be used for capital needs. Those capital needs would be determined by the board at a future date. Be happy to answer any questions.
Is the town of Rocky Mount and Boones Mill, are they participating? They already have the tax, correct?
The town of Rocky Mount does. I do not believe the town of Boones Mill has a cigarette tax. Town of Rocky Mount has a 10-cent cigarette tax currently. Yes, sir.
Would this be over and above what they have?
No, we cannot collect inside town limits. So the town would have their 10%, and then anything outside of town limits would apply to the county's 15% tax, 15-cent tax.
Mr. Tatum?
So if what I'm looking at, it looks like for what the investment it's going to take from the county compared to what the outcome might be, doesn't look like it's worth the effort, does it?
It's going to depend. I don't know to tell you that answer. Ultimately, I think you're going to make some revenue off of it. I don't think you'll make a whole lot in the first year or two, especially on 15 cents. If we went up to the maximum or went up 30 to 40 cents, maybe.
But what I'm looking at, and I'm going to say up front that I'm in favor of it myself.
Correct, yes, sir.
But I do think, and from looking at it from this standpoint, with the extra workload that it's going to put on our Commissioner of Revenue's office, the extra, load that we put on our retail side of it, I just don't see that the benefit outweighs the cost. Is what I'm looking at now, for me personally.
Certainly, that's a policy, absolutely.
That's all I have.
Anyone else? Mr. Carter?
Mr. Carter, the town collects 10 cents per pack.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any idea what they're bringing in
on an annual basis, around $80,000 to $90,000. That's been pretty steady the last 2 to 3 years.
Anyone else? Okay.
We'll do comment after public hearing as well. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, good.
Anyone else? All right, thank you, Mr. Carter.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll open to the public hearing for public speaking. Madam Clerk, do you have a list?
Yes, sir. And Steve's gonna help me out as the microphone's over on that.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So we have 8 that have signed up to speak. So first one I have is Jay Patel.
Jay Patel, to come forward, please state your name and address for the record. Please remove your mask.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes. My name is Jay Patel.
Use the mic, please.
Sorry. My name is Jay Patel. I own the Food Mart 2 in Windy Gap. And I have my friends. We, in the group, we own around 15 stores in Franklin County.
Okay.
And I would like to request everyone to say no for the cigarette tax. And I have some reasons for that.
Okay.
Okay, the reasons of that, if we raise the tax, the cigarette price gonna go up, and people's gonna roll them own cigarettes, so we're not gonna get the revenue on that. Some people goes out of budget, they're not gonna buy the cigarettes. And if a cigarette was equivalent to the weed, then people gonna smoke outside, buy from street, and it's gonna be more crime. We are selling the cigarette with legal way. We look at the age limit. We sell the people only who are over the 21 years. And revenue, cigarette revenue in the store, almost 50%. Any stores you go, 50% revenue generated by cigarette. If the cigarette price goes up, the revenue goes gonna down. Our store is a kind of asset, and it based on our revenue. If our revenue goes down, this asset will turn into liability. Personal my experience, I moved from New Jersey to here in 2011 when my daughter born. She was 1 month old. We moved here because it's country, less crime and everything. New Jersey, we was selling good amount of cigarettes and everything in the store. Later on, the cigarette went up so much, a lot of local business has to close the door. Only runs 7-Eleven, Wawa, Quick Check and everything. All the locals are running down the business. If example, in 2020 pandemic, you see all the franchise restaurants is open. They did not have any problem. All the restaurant closed, it's only local. Same thing, Franklin County, cigarette price went up. All the local business owner will get hurt. It's not gonna affect anything to the seats or Speedy or any franchise stores. It's gonna affect on our local business. So that is a request to all of you, please help us and save our asset.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Sandy?
Mr. Patel, could I ask you a question before you leave?
I'm sorry.
How much is an average pack of cigarettes? I'm not a smoker, so I have no
Okay, average pack of cigarette, right, it's a depend, but it start from $5 to $7.
a pack.
Yes.
Okay.
And another thing I forgot to mention at one point, when the cigarette price go up and people cannot afford, we hire the people. We have a lot of people are working, they're gonna steal the pack. Then if it's higher, people cannot afford, they wanna smoke, then they're gonna break your window. So it has a lot of other options and for raise the crime. So we are trying to protect our employees, our assets, and try to create the good environment for everybody.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Sandy?
All right, the second one, I'm having a little trouble reading, but it looks like Madha Rashim. Okay, sorry.
Good evening, sir. I'm also a business local person in Smith Mountain Lake, and I have Lake Modern Delhi in Manita. As the gentleman was saying that it was a 10 cent in a town and 15 cent in county. So you're not gonna put a 15 cent in town, right? So basically, I have all workers that come to my store, and they all come to town for some reason to buy stuff or anything. So if my cigarettes is higher than the town cigarettes, then I will lose that revenue too. And you're not gonna gain anything from that, but the town gonna get more benefits out of it. So in that action, I would request you not to go up on 15 cents and respect us and help us out, sir. Thank you.
You all, thank you.
Thank you.
Jarish Patel.
My name is Girish Patel. My store is Hubbly Bubbly Discount Tobacco.
Speak into the microphone, please.
And store name is Girish Patel, Hubbly Bubbly Discount Tobacco. And it, $1.50, 15 cents a pack going up. From town people never come to the county side. So that's why don't increase that much, 15 cents on a pack. That's my request. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next one is, looks like Chish Patel. You pass, okay. Vapul Baxi. Okay. It's Seth Kwaja. Pat, okay. And Muhammad? Pat. And then Narav Patel? Okay. That's all the folks I have signed up, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Is that everyone outside? Sir? Thank you, sir. All right, we'll close the public hearing and go back into closed session.
Chairman, you've got,
He's not on the list, but he's asking if he can speak. He did say-
You live in the county?
I do have a store in Rocky Mount, yes.
Okay.
All right.
Need
My
your
name is,
name and address.
yes, sir. My name is Amit Patel, and I just took over Lucky 2 Delhi and hardware store last year, right in the middle of the pandemic. I don't know what I was thinking at that time, but still took over the store. Still fighting into that and thinking about that, how I can save my revenue from which side. Having 15 cents a pack or $1.50 will not help at all. People going to go to Bedford County or maybe close by county. I have 9 other stores around there. So they're going to find their buy somewhere or the other. They are smart now. So we're going to have like a loss of meal tax. Just an example, if somebody's coming for the cigarette pack, they're not coming for the cigarette pack only. They're also coming for a food. So they are going to buy a burger or a hot dogs with that. If they come there, they're going to pay the meal tax in Franklin County. But if they go to a next county, which could be a Roanoke or maybe a Bedford, they're going to not pay the meal tax. So eventually it will wipe it out. No doubt it's going to increase some revenue, but not the revenue we are thinking, maybe 80,000 or so. So I would request to be against it, and if we can vote against that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here wish to speak for the tax on the cigarettes? No one else?
They're good, they said.
All right, I'm gonna close the public hearing, go back into closed session. You had something you want to say, Mr. Mitchell?
Yeah, you're all accepting comments on the tax from supervisors. I just want to say I do not support the cigarette tax. I feel like people are taxed enough for 1, 2. My family's been farming tobacco since about 1850. And I don't want to vote for anything that will be more detrimental to our farmers. So I do not support the cigarette tax.
Okay, anyone else? Mr. Cundy?
I won't support cigarette tax either for several different reasons, but the biggest reason is that this country was founded on tobacco and is still an essential use. And I don't think essential use like has to be taxed any more than what it is. So I'm against the tax myself.
Anyone else?
I have a comment. As I said earlier, initially I was in favor of the cigarette tax, but after doing my homework and looking at surrounding jurisdictions, I just don't see that we would reap the benefit that we initially thought that we would see from it. I think we may be even putting even more of an undue burden on our staff to implement this. So for that reason, at this time, I would be a no vote as well.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank the speakers for coming today. I learned a lot about cigarettes I didn't know. I think, first of all, we can't hardly do 15 cents when the town's doing 10. I think the figures are somewhat vague. As a small business owner, I feel like this tax is not only going to be an undue burden on some citizens, but it's going to be an undue burden on these store owners and decrease their revenue. And I think the last gentleman made a good point. I hadn't thought about the loss of meals tax money from people coming in there to buy cigarettes. And me personally, it doesn't look like there's enough money going to come from this tax to justify what we're going to have to spend to enact it and the burden we're going to place on store owners. So for that reason, I'm going to oppose this tax.
Mr. Mitchell? Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, I'm from a long line of store operators, and I think with what they're experiencing now is an undue hardship, not from just the loss of tobacco sales, but when a person goes in the store and a pack of cigarettes is maybe his initial buy, but it's the loss of the other products that he doesn't buy when he goes somewhere else to buy tobacco and let's just say groceries. And I had one question as to the vapes and these other things. Will they be included in the tax? Are they not included? I don't know if anyone knows or not, but you know, they are a product.
Mr. Carter shaking his head no.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Smith?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I likewise cannot support the tax. I think the tax, let me just say, I've heard from some small businesses over the last week or so, and I do think that, coming off of, and we're still in COVID, and I think COVID has been very onerous on our businesses, our small businesses. I think the last thing that we want to do is make your situation worse and make it more challenging to stay in business. And when I did my homework, likewise, as Mr. Tatum was stating, it seems like that there is a lot involved with doing this from just a management perspective, and then the burden that will be resting in the Commissioner of Revenue's office. But my main reason for voting against this is going to be because of our small businesses. And the yield on this, to me, is not worth it. You're kind of robbing Peter to pay Paul with this, and so I can't support it likewise, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Carter, will you come back to the podium, please?
Yes, sir.
If this is tabled or voted down tonight, it can be brought back at a later time, correct?
That's my understanding. We're required to hold a public hearing. We can enact the tax at any time. I would assume if we enact something other than 15 cents, we would have to hold another public hearing.
Not if it's lower.
Not if it's
Not
lower.
if it's lower.
So that would be the only instance.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Well, we don't have to take a vote tonight. We can table it, but what's your pleasure? You tell me what you want to do. You want
I'd like to make a motion to deny.
Second.
That was pretty quick. Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call since it involves the money?
What did he?
Mr. Mitchell made a motion to deny the
Okay.
tax. Mr. Tatum seconded.
Okay.
Supervisor Smith.
Would you like me to read it?
No, we got it.
Got it?
think that's
So motion to deny?
correct.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Supervisor Clement.
To deny, yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell.
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes.
That motion passes to deny.
All right. Next public hearing, we'll go to the next one. We'll ask,
Thank y'all for coming. It helps to hear from our merchants. Thank y'all.
You might be what, third or fourth?
oh, yeah. Mr. Carter?
Yes, sir. Well, Mr. Chairman, so the next item up for public hearing is an increase or proposed increase to the transient occupancy tax or lodging tax. Similar to the cigarette tax, the General Assembly allowed localities under Virginia Code Section 58.1-3819 to assess an additional 2% effective May 1st. Currently, we have a 5% tax for transient occupancy in the county. The additional 2% would be able to go towards any general fund function. It does not have to be designated for anything. We're estimating it would bring in around $50,000 in annual revenue. It would be assessed on any hotel, motel, short-term rental. Again, not within town limits. This would be outside of that. Typically, you're going to have non-county residents paying that tax. They would be the ones staying in our hotels, generally not a county citizen. It is proposed in the fiscal year 2022 budget for tourism purposes, specifically personnel. I'd be happy to answer any additional questions on that tax.
Mr. Chairman, may I?
Anybody? Yes.
Mr. Carter, when we say that we're going to identify the revenue from this transient occupancy, are you identifying the entire 7% or the 2% increase?
Am I, as far as identifying?
Are you
tracking-
identifying that the extra 2% go to tourism or the total of the 7?
No, and we can't do the total of the 7. So the way the code section is written, let me get this. If we go with 5% now, 3% has to go to tourism, of which we do. The other 2% can be used for general purposes.
Okay, yeah.
So the additional 2 can now be for general purposes as well. So if we go to 7, you'll have 3% for tourism that has to be required by Virginia code. And then the other 4% can be used for any general fund purpose this board desires. Our proposed purpose is to take the additional 2% and apply it to tourism. So you would be applying 5% of the 7% to tourism. But you're not locked in to do that. Should the board, this board or a future board decide to repurpose that 2%, you could do that in any purpose. I think that's ultimately, I'm sorry, I'm confusing the matter.
But from an accounting and fiduciary perspective, do you guys have the ability to ensure that that money stays in the tourism budget?
We do from the standpoint of what the board adopts. Now, that budget can change from year to year, so a subsequent board could remove that money from the tourism budget.
Oh, I understand that. But I know some tax increases historically have been, suggested that, so many cents are going to, certain categories. But, I would want to make sure that when we say it's going to tourism, that it does go to tourism.
Well, I will tell you in the fiscal year 2022 budget, per the board's direction at the last time we were discussing at our last work session, it is in tourism's budget, the $50,000.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
If the ordinance requires it, Ms. Smith, it has to.
It does, okay.
This is not a situation where, a couple of years ago, when you raised the real property tax and say, well, we're gonna do 2 here
Yeah,
and 3 there, or whatever.
exactly.
This is, the ordinance requires 3% goes to tourism purposes.
Right, I'm aware of that.
So that's different than it was previously.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Any more questions or comments from Mr. Gundy?
The tax now is 5%?
Correct.
Okay.
Anyone else? Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody signed up?
Right now, we do not have anyone signed up. We're getting a no from the sheriff's deputy.
Okay. No one to speak on the public hearing for the tax on the transit occupancy. I'll close it, go back into, into board decision. What do you want to do? Want to talk about it?
Mr. Chairman, I'm ready to make a motion if there's no discussion.
Anyone else got any discussion? Go ahead, sir.
I make a motion to approve the code amendment increasing the transient occupancy tax from 5% to 7% effective July the 1st, 2021.
Second.
First and second. Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call, please?
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff.
No.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell.
No.
Supervisor Smith.
No.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes.
4-3 vote.
Okay. All right, number 3 is public hearing on setting the tax levies. Mr. Whitlow, Mr. Carter.
Mr. Chairman, so there are no proposed changes to the property tax rates for the fiscal year 2022 budget. You can see them on the screen there. Those are the current rates that we have, and there are no proposed changes. So I'd be happy to answer any questions, but there's nothing really for the board to change on these.
Anybody got, okay?
Just going down the list over here, I know on real estate, every penny is roughly $640,000
About
or
$650,000,
so,
yeah,
$650,000.
$680,000.
Can you go down and tell us, for personal property, every penny is how much?
Personal property, every penny equates to about $60,000 to $65,000.
Okay, and then heavy construction equipment?
Those I'll have to get you separately. Those are much smaller categories. Because personal property is 50 to 60, I would tell you every penny on every category below that's going to.
Okay, if you could just, and you can shoot me an email sometime, just for my own curiosity, if you could just tell me what a penny increase or decrease would mean in those categories.
I'll be happy to. Yes, sir.
Because I would like, personally, I'd like for us, and this year with COVID and trying to recover from last year and everything, I wouldn't ask you to do it. But next year or in the near future, I'm hoping that this board can look at adjusting some of these to help our small businesses, the machinery and tools, this merchant's capital, some of these taxes, I'd like to see us, if we can, to reduce those to help some of our small business owners in the county that are struggling. If we can give them some help, you know, we need to. Now, right now, I know it'd really be short time to try to factor that in, especially when we're trying to recover from COVID. So, but in the future, you know, that's something I definitely want to look at. So if you could just sometime or another email me those, I appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, may I?
Yes.
Mr. Carter, can you also provide us some information about the amount of senior citizen relief how we've trended maybe over the last 3 to 5 years with that, and when adjustments have been made to that, if any?
Are you specifically referring to, say, our real or property or tax exemptions for senior citizens, like the elderly and disabled?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the only one we have, correct?
That's the one I'm aware of.
That's what I want.
I just want to be clear.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So, Mr. Cundy.
So you keep writing. I'm patient. No,
I
you go ahead.
multitask, Mr.
No,
Condon. Go
I'm
ahead.
serious. You finish up your notes, because I know I can't remember 1 minute to the next myself. No, I think we need to check into it. It's one part of Franklin County that we have problems with, and that is the big motorhomes. I have been approached by several people that have them, and we lose revenue from, they're taking their motorhomes to some other counties to beat our tax. And also, we have problems that people are going out of state to get license tags from other states to keep them having to pay the tax. So I think it's something we need to look at and see what kind of relief we give these people. You know, I know people say, well, if he built $150,000 motorhome, he'll be able to afford the tax, but sometimes that ain't the truth. So you save your money all your life to buy something that you want, and you don't want to keep paying on it. So I think we need to investigate that about the big motorhomes or whatever, as far as the campers and stuff is concerned.
Are you wanting that information before a decision is made on adopting the fiscal year 2022 budget?
Well, I'm just like Mr. Tatum. I'm not going to fool with it this year.
Okay.
But next year, what I would like to know about, because, you know, it has been COVID. We county's doing pretty good, but still, though, we need to continue this until next year. The next budget, anyway, take a look at it.
Okay, yes, sir.
Anyone else? All right, thank you, sir.
Sir.
Thanks, Brian.
Madam Clerk, we'll go into public hearing. You got anyone signed up?
Right now, I don't have anyone signed up. I'm getting a no from the sheriff's deputy.
All right, we'll close the public hearing, go back into closed session. What's your pleasure? Board?
I make a motion that we go with the rates that have been advertised.
Second. Got a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, we do a roll call vote, please?
That means we're at Supervisor Condit,
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum,
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes. All right. Mr. Carter.
You're right popular today, aren't you?
I prefer we don't continue this at a future meeting.
Today's your lucky day.
Thank you, Mr. Condon. So the fiscal year 2022 proposed budget, just for an overview, it is a maintenance restoration budget. It mostly restores funding pre-COVID that was proposed. There are no property tax rate increases. The general fund increase is about 4.2%. It does restore operational and inflationary increases. It does restore a cost of living of 5%. Employees receive no cost of living in the current year, so it restores a 3% that was proposed plus an additional 2%. It maintains the $200,000 restored for our capital budget that goes for both the county and the school system. So overall, the net budget is $160 million. It's an increase of 9.17% from the prior year. As I mentioned, the general fund is 4%. The difference is made up by all of the state and federal funding that the school system is budgeted or planning to receive next fiscal year. So just to give you a breakdown and an overview, this will now be reduced by $75,000 from the cigarette tax. That category was under non-departmental, so the $2,107,476 will reduce that accordingly for the actual adoption when the board so chooses to do that. But as far as that goes, you would still have a $160 million net budget. Total budget, when you put back in the interfund transfers, is $205 million. And on the revenue side, you can see the categorical breakdown as to how that would fall in there. The cigarette tax would have fallen under other local taxes, and so that the revenue would be reduced accordingly to offset. But still $160 million, $205 million total budget. That I'd be happy to answer any additional questions.
Anybody got any questions of Mr. Carter in regards to the budget? Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Madam Clerk, do we have anybody signed up for the public hearing?
We do not have anybody signed up for the budget public hearing. Captain Amos is checking in the back. Let me double check.
Thank you. All right, we'll close the public hearing, go back into closed session. We cannot do a vote on this tonight. It has to wait for at least 7 days. We've come up with a date that seems to be okay with everyone, except for one, and he's going to come in by phone. We'll probably do the vote on this on Tuesday, May the 4th at 4 p.m. unless there's a conflict. Here.
Is it 4 or 6? I had 6 on my.
We got 4.
It's 4? Okay.
May the 4th at 4.
May the 4th at 4 o'clock.
Okay.
Mr. Carter is signed up to do it by phone. He will be out of town.
May 4th at 4 o'clock.
May the 4th at 4 o'clock will be the vote. Correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. If that's the pleasure of the board.
Does that suit everybody? All right, thank you. All right, good day. All right, Mr. Sandy.
Yes, sir. Not to be outdone by Mr. Carter, I have 6 public hearings for you.
Well, I guess.
We're on the receiving end of their little game, right?
Of their game, correct.
Okay. The first public hearing that I have for you tonight is application to rezone, and actually this is really an amendment to a previously approved rezoning. This is an application of Joel Shepard and Shepard Properties LLC. They're requesting an amendment to an existing planned commercial development PCD zoning concept plan, also adjusting the proposed building location that was previously approved, as well as revising deviations that they had, and I'll get into those in just a minute. And really, there's 4 things. The other thing is to allow a fire lane encroachment in the landscape buffer. So again, this property is part of a PCD property, and in order to change the previously approved zoning, we basically have to go through the same process again, kind of a rezoning it, but we're just changing a couple of the aspects of the previously approved plan. For everyone's benefit, this property is located behind the Tractor Supply and the Sheets at the Plateau Plaza area, Wirtz Road 220 area, just to kind of give you that orientation. And again, the purpose of what they're asking for is really fourfold. It's one, to amend the concept plan to build a new warehouse building. And so on the previously approved concept plan, he had a warehouse building location, and I'll show you the map. He's basically just switching where these buildings would be located, and you'll see that a little more clearly on the map. He's also revising deviations. In the previous approval, he was actually given a deviation by the Board of Supervisors to reduce the number of required loading docks. He doesn't need that deviation anymore, so he's perfectly willing and accepted the current ordinance requirements for that. The third part is to allow a fire lane encroachment. Part of the previously approved plan had a 30-foot landscaping buffer. He still intends to plant the landscape buffer, but what he would like to be able to do is behind that landscape buffer and between the building, leave enough room for a fire lane to get through there. That would eliminate him having to shift the building another 30 feet further away from the edge of the property, so they can provide the buffering and the fire lane within that 30 foot is what they've requested. And then number 4, they're revising proffers number 1, 2, and 3, and I'll go through those quickly just to show what those are all about. Again, this location located at Wirtz Road 220 intersection. This is the property here, which actually extends all the way back here, but we're really just talking about this part up here. And again, to kind of orient you, the funeral home is here, Tractor Supply is here, and Sheets is here. Bojangles opposite corner, the church on this corner, just to orient you there. Again, this is just the future land use map. This does fall within our 220 corridor. and again, the aerial photograph. And if you've driven up in there, that part of the parcel is actually already graded, but it has not yet been developed. And so the area we're talking about tonight is really this area in particular when we look at that. So this was the previously approved concept plan, maybe a little kind of faded out a little bit, but it kind of indicates these are those lots up front where now the funeral home and Tractor Supply are. There's still a vacant lot on this corner. At that time, Mr. Shepherd only owned this little sliver here of where the Sheets is. If you recall, the Franklin Motel was taking up most of that parcel. So that's now been developed into the Sheets. But here in this plan, he had a couple buildings proposed here. There was a unit here, there was a unit here, there was a large unit here. In the previous plan, this was proposed to be the warehouse, this one here. What he's asking for now is to move this building over to this side. And so that's really the major change in the concept plan change is just switching where that building will be located. And so this is kind of a new plan that shows this is the proposed furniture market warehouse that would be built there. Again, towards kind of the back of the property, because again, here's the funeral home, Tractor Supply, Sheets. This would be situated more to the back instead of towards the front, which was originally proposed. There is a 30-foot buffer landscape screen that's proposed along this property line here. That was part of the original approval. That is continuing. That'll still be there. And there's also a 30-foot buffer along this property line, which will continue to stay there. However, this is the area where they would like the ability to have the fire lane encroach within that buffer. Again, they still intend to plant the trees and provide that buffer, but they want to be able to have the fire lane in that area as well. Just a few things I'll note from the staff analysis. The Virginia Marketplace is developing kind of as was intended. If you drive through there, you know there's many ways in and out. There's not necessarily curb cuts on 220, so Tractor Supply, for instance, you have to come in one of the other entrances to access that property. And as you could see from the previous map, to access this rear part of the property, you would still be using some of those other entrances to get there. As you recall, we designated this area as a growth area a couple years ago, intending to see more commercial and residential growth in that area. The comp plan does support the proposal, and again, this is really a revision of a previously approved proposal. There were 2 public comments that were received, and I'm not sure if those citizens are here tonight, but I'll point out primarily what those concerns were. One was this property owner right here, and really her concern had to do with flags that had been placed on her property by the surveyors. And so at the Planning Commission meeting, the surveyor had indicated, well, it's heavily wooded and sometimes we get a little off track, so they'll put a flag in a tree and those kind of things, and they just didn't take the flagging down. So I think they assured her that they were not taking any of her property or doing anything to her property. There were just some flags that were left on the property. The other person who had expressed some concerns was someone from this property, and the primary concerns here had to do with lights from Tractor Supply and then runoff, and particularly the area mentioned on runoff was the 220 Ormac Lane intersection, which the Ormac Lane is just off here and ties into 220 just off the screen here. We have notified VDOT about that, and that's an issue that they've been looking at for some time, and so they've actually gone back out to check and see if there's any additional drainage concerns out there. When I mentioned to Todd and Brian earlier today, they were not aware that there were any current issues out there. And so from their maintenance staff didn't indicate there were any current issues there. So those were the 2 comments that we received. The Planning Commission did recommend approval of the amendment and the changes, the deviations, and the changes to the proffered conditions. And I'll go through those proffered conditions. The only change to number 1 is just changing the date of the plan that's referenced. So adding that plan to condition number 1. Condition number 2, we really just shortened that and simplified that. If you read the one that's got strike through in it, it says the plan shows 36% uncovered area and 64%, but After final engineering, we'll say that we'll cover no more than 70%. We just simplified it to say they're not going to cover any more than 70%. So in essence, that condition is the same. It's just, in my mind, it's just simplified. The 36 and 64 was kind of just an estimate, but they also stated they would not exceed 70%. Number 3, they've actually eliminated some additional uses that could occur on the property, and so the following uses shall not be permitted: boat clubs, cemeteries, golf clubs, clubhouses, golf course marinas, mobile home sales, and railroad facilities. And those are the only changes to the proffered conditions, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Anyone got any questions? Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll go into public hearing. Madam Clerk, you have anyone signed up?
We do. We have 3 people. I'm going to start with Mr. Joel Shepherd, as it's his item.
If you come forward, please state your name and address. How you doing, Joel?
Okay, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm Joel Shepherd. Real pleased to be in front of you tonight. I think we've got a project that checks a lot of boxes. I think number 1 is it good economic development initiative for the county. We will be using existing property that was developed, and unfortunately, either this group or others before you had the foresight to get the water out there. That makes it possible, because we definitely are going to require sprinklers, and as part of this, we're going to be extending water lines into the development. So I think that this is a great example of having that water capacity out there is going to make a big difference. So very appreciative of having that there. Our business has grown substantially in the past few years. We've been very blessed by that, and this will represent an enormous investment for our business, probably something approaching $10 million in total, and I'm not counting land in that because we've had that for some time, but very substantial investment. We've currently got about 140 employees, and would certainly love to grow that. We got past a point where I could move it all, so we had to start hiring people. But this will firmly cement us as Franklin County as the headquarters and main distribution point for our business. Of those 140, I'll have to admit I didn't go through and see exactly exactly how many are here, but certainly the majority are in Franklin County. And as hopefully this supports some strategic growth initiatives for us. Certainly a lot of folks we add in the future would be based here as well. So I won't get into any specifics. I think Steve Sandy covered those well. I've got Andrew Lumsden here with me tonight, who is, certainly if you had any specific questions, he's with Lumsden and Associates and can answer those for you. But otherwise, I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? I don't have any. Thank you, sir.
Hey, thanks, everybody.
Thank you for your investment in the county.
I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the only other person I have is Mr. Andrew Lumsden.
Mr. Lumsden?
Thank you for giving me the time to speak. I think Joel summed it up pretty well. My name is Andrew Lumsden. I'm from Lumsden Associates. We helped put together the revision to the master plan for Joel. So I don't have too much to add unless there's any questions that y'all might have from a technical perspective.
Anybody got any questions? Thank you, sir, for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, is there anyone else?
No, sir. And Pat
All right, we'll close the public hearing to go back into regular session. Anybody got any questions before I make a motion?
I just have one quick one, if I may.
Ma'am?
Mr. Sandy, is the current stormwater detention facility, is that still going to continue to manage volume?
I can maybe let Andrew answer that.
I'm sorry,
I
Mr.
know
Lumsden.
they're still doing some of the engineering, so I'm not sure the answer
Okay.
to that.
I'm sorry, I should have asked you when you were at the mic.
That's perfectly fine. I could use the exercise. Yeah, the existing stormwater pond, it was designed for volume to store the runoff and detain back to pre-development conditions. That will still be in place. We are proposing a modification to it since we are revising how much impervious area is draining to it. But that will be the location of it. It's just a minor modification to the outlet structure.
Just to accommodate for the additional impervious space, right?
That's correct.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Does that raise any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, I'll close it. Already did, he just came back to answer a question. All right, I want to make a motion here. It's okay with the board. I find that such rezoning will not be substantial detriment to the adjacent property and that the character of the surrounding area will be not changed thereby, and that such rezoning will be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the county code and the comprehensive plan. Therefore, move to approve the request for the amendment to the existing PCD concept plan with the 10 proffered conditions as recommended by the Planning Commission.
Second.
We can do that with just a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, I'll need to abstain from this vote. I'll need to abstain from this vote.
Okay. Any opposed, same sign. All right, it passed. Thank you. Mr. Sandy, on the special use permit, Red Barn Developers.
Yes, sir. Okay, so the next public hearing is the application for a special use permit. This is the application of Holland Purdue as the applicant and representing Red Barn Developers. They're requesting a special use permit for a community dock. The dock is on approximately 0.8 of an acre. This property is currently zoned A1, located off of Red Barn Lane in the Union Hall District. Community docks are permitted, but they require a special use permit in the agriculture A1 zoning district. Red Barn Developers LLC developed approximately 215 acres of this larger property. There's about 76 lots in phase 1. Phase 2 is about 30 acres in phase 3, the remaining 17 acres for future lots. Again, they're requesting a special use permit for an existing boat structure to be able to use that as a community dock for the residents of the neighborhood. They're also adding a bathhouse facility that would be adjacent to that as well. In addition, the common area has a little beach area. That's part of an open space lot there for the homeowners. And so this area will be maintained by the HOA for what the subdivision is now called Lakeside Farms. And it's off of Burnt Chimney Road there, just past Brooks Mill Road intersection. So again, here's the property. As far as the lake goes, it's close to B49, B50 on the lake. And this is the entire area here. Again, Burnt Chimney Road is up here. Plybond Lane and Red Barn Lane coming down to the kind of the community dock is down in this area. And again, this is just the aerial photograph. And so this is the Blackwater River coming in here to the lake. And again, this is just a zoom in of the open space lot that's part of the subdivision. And this is the community dock, and the bathhouse area would be up here. And then they kind of have a little beach area here, which will be available for probably the non-waterfront property owners primarily, I think, would be using these areas. Just a few things from the staff analysis. We do have these for subdivisions on the lake. There are some of these where they have these community docks that are available to the residents, particularly those that don't have waterfront lots. This request is consistent with the comp plan, and the comp plan would support this. We received no public comments at the Planning Commission public hearing. The Planning Commission did recommend approval, 6-0 vote. There was one abstention from one of the Planning Commission members, but ultimately the recommendation was for approval with the conditions referenced here and in your staff report. I'll go through those briefly. Number one, a marina permit is required by VDH for the bathhouse, and make sure that, you know, all the septic and everything associated with that is up to their standards, as well as building permits for those, and any changes to the dock would also require building permits. Appalachian Power would need to be consulted if there's any permits that they would need. Again, this is an existing dock, so it probably only if they were making additional changes to that. Number four, public safety would have adequate access to get emergency apparatus to that area. And then number five, that the homeowners association shall comply with all the septic pump out regulations and those criteria in the Franklin County Code relative to the bathhouse. And I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have. I think I did see Mr. Perdue back here.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yeah, the map, and I think I heard you confirm it.
Which?
They're just wanting to take the dock that's already there with it's like a big brown cedar house, right, Holland?
Yep.
They're just wanting to just change the use of it from being a private dock to a community dock.
Correct.
So it's already there.
It is.
Okay.
It is. It's there.
Gotcha.
This structure right here.
Okay.
So yeah, I think that was a personal private dock before, and then since they bought the entire property, it's now become part of the whole development. It's a large dock. It's probably got
really big.
four or six spaces to it, I think.
Ms. Smith?
Yes, Mr. Sandy, on condition number 2, between condition number 2 and number 3, I would like to ask your opinion on putting some language in number 2 as it pertains to AEP, because number 3 states that the permits must be approved before use of the dock. But number 2 goes to the building construction or repair. So if they go to change the footprint of that dock in any way, AEP's got to approve it first before the use. So should we put some language in number 2 about that any building construction or repairs must be approved by AEP?
That was kind of our intention with number 3. I mean, we when it comes to docks, we do typically stop short of saying that we're going to hold up our processes until you get an AEP permit, because
Right.
that's
Understand.
kind of a separate process that we don't control.
Right.
So I think we could modify the language of 2 or 3 to maybe get to that. I'd maybe look to Mr. Gwynn maybe to help us. And then also, Mr. Perdue may be able to help. They may not be making any changes to it, so at this point, it might be a moot point. But I think our thought was in the future, if someone wanted to change it,
Right.
that they would consult with AEP
Right.
on that issue, so.
Well, I would yield to you, Mr. Sandy and Mr. Gwynn. I just wanted to verify that, because, number 3 goes to the use, but number 2 goes to the construction or repair.
Okay. Again, Mr. Gwynn, maybe, since it is a special use permit, potentially we could say that we want to see that AEP permit before we sign off or before the building official signs off. I'm not sure legally if we can go to that step or not.
Well, it's a special use, could put a condition on there.
And I would maybe defer to Mr. Perdue to see, maybe they already have the approval from AEP. So again, it kind of may be a moot point at this point, but I guess your point was future changes too.
Exactly,
We wanna make
yes,
sure that
yes.
somehow is.
That's required anyway, isn't it?
It would be required under AEP's regulations, correct?
It's not going to hold up my approval.
We'll maybe give them a minute to think about it.
Have I stumped the county attorney?
No, I'm just trying to figure out. If they have to do it anyway, why we would put it in our ordinance?
Well,
I feel like you're thinking of something that I'm missing.
Well, I was surprised that AEP was mentioned in number 3.
Yeah, I know.
At all. But, so once you inject AEP in this for permitting, it just begs the question for me, because building, construction, or repairs to the dock, if it changes the footprint, that requires an application and a permit.
I had read number 3 as a reminder,
Okay,
basically.
Okay.
So that folks don't think that our approval's enough.
very good.
I think that's what it is.
Okay. I just wanted to raise the question. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, we'll go into, anyone else wish to speak in, sir, I'll get to you in a minute. Thank you.
We have Mr. Holland Purdue, and since it's his item,
Okay.
I think he's the first speaker.
Mr. Purdue?
Good evening. I'm here to answer any questions that you have about the application. As far as the AEP issue, we do not have the permit approved through AEP because first we have to get this approved and then we'll go to AEP. But of course, any dock is regulated by AEP. And so I think that some of the concerns that you have, while I feel they're warranted, AEP is still going to monitor those. And I think number 3 suffices as far as my dealings with AEP, because if they don't like it, you don't get very far.
Right.
And so, but I'm happy to answer any questions. I know we have someone here that has some concerns that's across the lake. And I think one of his concerns, and I'll let him speak for himself, is a ramp. There's not going to be a ramp from this boat, from this dock. We're not trying to put boats in through there. Right now, there are 76 lots, as Mr. Sandy said. There are 99. At some point, once phase 2 and 3 are complete. But I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. And of course, my clients are available by phone because they're out of the state.
Any more questions for Mr. Purdue? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, all right, then we'll go into, to our public hearing now and hear from any speakers that we may have.
Mr. David Jones.
Mr. David Jones.
Thank you for hearing me. Apologize that we did not.
Sir, will you speak into the mic, please?
All right.
State your name.
Dave Jones. I am a property owner on in the Sounding subdivision, which is across the cove at B48, directly across from where the subdivision is going in. Our subdivision went in the early 90s. It consists of 11 lots. We've got about 6 now that are built on, but permanent residents, some weekenders, and then folks that just have docks. It's been, fairly private there. Basically, this is a transitional zone between the river and the lake. We've seen tremendous siltation over the last 20 years with lots of sediment. These tremendous storms that we've had coming in over the last 2 years have wreaked havoc on the docks and all the coves in the upper Blackwater portion of the lake. Our association has concerns about that, not necessarily due to what Lakeside Farms has done. I think they've probably done a pretty good job on the sediment control. But in general, we would like to have the board and possibly a commission or someone look into this sedimentation issue. It's bad and it's only getting worse. The other issue that we've discussed concerns public safety. These are narrow channels. This is a narrow channel. It's directly down from where the river is completely silted up. The coves are narrow. Most of them are 100 foot. It may be a little more, but not much. With the increased use of the lake in that area from this subdivision and boats and personal watercrafts, I think we have a public safety issue. I think it's only a matter of time that you're going to see some accidents, and I don't know what the answer is. The subdivision is there. We're not opposed to it. We're not opposed to the 5 slips. What we are opposed to is any expansion. We would not want to see, more than that, and definitely not a marina and anything else up there. There is just not enough water to support that. It's nothing, we have a lot of non-motorized use of that portion of the lake, and that will be gone, I'm afraid. So that's pretty much my public comment, and it is something I would like the board to consider now and going forward. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am?
That's all I have. Captain Davis?
All right, seeing there's no more for public hearing, we'll go back into closed session. And, board, what's your pleasure?
I just have a couple comments, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Jones, you mentioned that sedimentation. Look on the FERC website. They enacted some sort of sedimentation study on the upper Blackwater River in 2012. You'd have to Google it. But we as a board don't have any control over that. But I'm well aware of the problems in your area. And I have a question for Mr. Perdue. If I understand you correctly, they're not attempting any change to that dock. They're not talking about a marina or any of that kind of thing.
They're not. And to be clear, if there were to be any changes, it's my understanding they would have to, one, go through the same process we went through now, and of course, AEP would have to approve that.
Okay.
So if, again, my clients are going to turn this over to the homeowners association at some point once the subdivision is complete. And the concerns that Mr. Jones has, while valid, I believe are concerns that are down the road, which then the planning commission would have to approve, you would have to approve, and then of course AEP would have to approve.
Correct.
So that's the proper channel. So we're leaving the dock that's there is going to be upgraded but not changed.
Right. I just want to get my facts straight. Thank you.
Anyone? Mr. Mitchell?
No, go ahead.
Yeah. So Mr. Jones had a concern about a possible boat ramp, but you said that's not.
There's not
in
a
the
boat
plans.
ramp, no, sir.
So-
And the boats, this is going to be just for homeowners of the subdivision.
Okay.
They will be able to park their boats there. They will not be putting the boats in the water there. That will be done at the marina that is up the road. I don't recall the name of the marina, but it's just up the road about a half a mile. And that's where the off lots will put their boats into the water.
Yeah. And to add to Mr. Jones' comments, he is dead on accurate about the upper Blackwater. In just the last 3 years, it has gotten probably twice as bad. So I know we kind of have our hands tied as far as what we can do, but is there anything, staff, that we can reach out to AEP, and are you going to touch on that? See if they can look at getting some dredging done up there, because it's going to come to a point, these new homeowners are not going to have much water to play in, and probably be upset about that. So I think we need to do it for Mr. Jones' sake and his subdivision, Mr. Perdue and his clients, because they're going to have 70 to 99 new homeowners in Franklin County. So hands may be tied, but it doesn't hurt to reach out to AEP, please.
Anyone else?
May I?
Yes.
Mr. Jones, I am on the TLAC Board of Directors. Are you familiar with TLAC? Are you familiar with TLAC, the Tri-County Lakes Administrative Commission? Okay, I can tell you that we've had some presentations given by homeowners on the upper Blackwater of very severe sedimentation issues. And we've had AEP at the table. And dredging is a near-term remedy, but it's gonna re-silt in. And some of the pricing and estimates that they had gotten was $250,000 and upward if the residents, as an example, would want to have taken that on. The unfortunate part of this discussion is that any man-made lake, a reservoir as Smith Mountain Lake is, it has a 100-year approximate window for it to silt in. It's just the nature of man-made lakes. And that doesn't make any of us feel good about your problem. But the problem is extensive and the problem is expensive as well. And I don't believe anybody has brought any remedy to the table to TLAC or the entities that I'm involved with that are doable. And so we stand very frustrated with you. And as Mr. Mitchell said, we are happy to, to talk with our colleagues at AEP and reaffirm with them, that it still remains a significant concern. And we can help be a voice for you, certainly moving forward. But that's just some of the knowledge that I have, if it's of any help at all. Come up to the microphone, please. Is that okay?
I just think that going forward, I think that needs to be a consideration. When we have these developments going in on the upper ends of these tributaries and the rivers, I think it's something that should be considered because it's not going away. Over the last 50 years, sedimentation has not been that bad, really. It's only more in the recent years where it's getting really bad. So I think you're going to just continue to create more problems down the road if we approve these subdivisions like this.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Any
Chairman.
more, Mr. Sandy?
Yes, sir. Just to Mr. Carter's point, and maybe Mr. Mitchell's as well, just if we want to clarify and maybe make an additional condition that the boat ramp and there be no expansion of the dock, you could certainly make that an additional condition. They're not planning to do that, but that doesn't mean somebody in the future couldn't do it. So if just to clarify, we can add that as a.
But to do that, they would have to get a permission from AEP and shoreline management and all that.
Everything to begin with.
To expand it and.
Yeah, to make a boat ramp.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
but
I don't see any point.
So it's your pleasure, but we could add that if that would
It's
add more
already-
clarity to it.
They're gonna have to do that anyway if it does. Okay, what do you want to do?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion. I find that the proposal special use permit for an existing community dock will not be substantial detriment to the adjacent property, that the character of the zoning district will not be changed therefore, and that such will be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the county code, which the use is permitted by the right in the zoning district and with public health, safety, and general welfare of the community, and is consistent with the purpose and intent of the county's comprehensive plan. I therefore recommend approval of special use request permit in accordance with section number 25-268 of the zoning ordinance with the 5 conditions as recommended in the staff memorandum.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Pass unanimously. Okay, Mr. Sandy, application for Lakewood Capital Group, number 7 on our book.
Yes, sir. So again, this is another request for a special use permit. This is application to Lakewood Capital Group in conjunction with the Boardwalk Property Owners Association and the Farm Subdivision Property Owners Association. This special use permit request is for a boat storage facility. And again, this is an allowable use in the A1 zoning district with a special use permit. And as I stated, this property is currently zoned A1, and it's using about 7/10 of a 7.5 acre parcel. This one actually was already approved. So this was a development that the Willards did, many years back, but never built the boat storage yard. And so under our special use permit regulations, you really have to initiate the activity related to a special use permit within 18 months or it expires. And so this was previously approved in this same location, actually a larger facility. But again, it's since expired. And so the new owners of the farm subdivision are coming forward looking for permission to basically reinstate that special use permit to allow boat storage for their residents. And in fact, even though the boardwalk and the farm actually both own this, it's really only going to be used for the farm subdivision. I think boardwalk either has their own or they're just not interested. I'm not sure which it is, but my understanding is it's only the farm residents that will be using this. The parcel is currently wooded, and again, it's a 7.5 acre parcel. This is our vicinity map. Again, this is the parcel here, boardwalk subdivision up here, and the farm across Scruggs Road here. And this is the particular lot. Again, zoned A1. You can see it's wooded, and there's actually a little bit of an old roadbed that goes in here that will be utilized as well. And so this is the proposal of how that property would be used. Whoops. And again, it's proposed that the existing woods around all that will be maintained, and that this would be a fenced-in storage area for boats and personal watercraft trailers related to property owners in the farm. Again, this is typical on a lot of the lakefront subdivisions, that they do have an area to keep their boats so folks don't have to keep them in their yard or pay to have them in another storage area. So we have several of these around the lake. It is a wooded lot, and it's proposed to remain wooded except for that area. There was one public comment received from an adjoining property owner, I think on the backside, and it was really concern about, will the trees remain, and will I be able to see this? So we may have someone speak in that regard this evening as well. But ultimately, the Planning Commission did hold a public hearing and is recommending approval with 4 conditions. And so the first one being that it'll be in conformance with the plan you saw earlier. Any expansion would require them to come back to the Board of Supervisors. The storage should be limited to the boats, personal watercraft, and trailers. They should be in operable condition. The area should be fenced and gated. Public safety will have the ability to access it, and then the use will be limited to the property owners in the farm subdivision. No storage area is allowed within the setbacks or required yards of the ordinance, and then they will be required to submit a minor site plan which conforms with the plan here. They'll need a VDOT entrance permit and so forth as part of that as well. And so I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Anybody got, go ahead.
Mr. Sandy, have we received a ENS permit on this at this point?
No, ma'am.
Is it
Not to my
forthcoming?
knowledge. That would be part of the site plan. That's typically, they would do a site plan and an ENS plan at the same time.
Okay, because I just want to make sure that any type of hazardous runoff from, boat motors and all that good stuff is taken into consideration.
Yeah, so anything over 10,000 square feet, which this would qualify for,
Right.
would require an ENS and sedimentation plan. And going back to, I think, an earlier meeting, Mr. Mitchell, a bond would be required in this case until the site is stabilized and everything's built according to the plan, and then it would be released once things were stabilized.
And with respect to number 4, the minor site plan, this is just down from my house, so I know exactly, where this is. I would like to make sure that we articulate that, I know the woods surround this area, but that it is maintained, that we state that it needs to be maintained, because it looks to me like there are some deciduous trees there. And so what is going to happen, the evergreens will be fine, but what's going to happen in the wintertime in terms of screening with a variety of trees, which may end up having a lack of screening at that point?
Well, condition number 1 would links it to this plan, saying that they're not going to take those trees down in the kind of the green, it shows up in green. So they would have to be in conformance with this plan. So when we review the site plan, we're going to make sure that the area beyond the fenced area is restricted from any future development. So does that answer your question? We're not requiring them to plant any additional trees, but to maintain those existing trees in the green area. That would be part of the requirement.
To plant, you say?
We are not requiring them to plant any additional trees, no.
So is it your opinion that the screening year-round will be sufficient?
I feel like it is, just because of the size of the lot.
Okay.
I think you're right, there is a mix of evergreen and deciduous, but I think with the size of it, I think it's adequate.
Okay, thank you.
And they're a pretty good distance from the property line as well.
They are.
Which is good. I think it keeps that buffer from the adjoining properties.
Thank you.
Any more questions, Mr.?
Speaking with a few people down there in the area, especially the boardwalk, I think they're under the impression that there will be screening trees around this.
Again, we're not proposing that they screen anything, but leave the existing trees that are there.
But we as a board can say that they have to put screening around it.
You can. I guess my thought would be, I don't know what purpose that would serve unless all those trees were taken down.
Ms. Smith has a valid point. It's mostly deciduous on that lot, 'cause I went and looked at it myself. And I spoke to probably 5 different people, and they're all under the impression that there would be screening around this boat lot. As I think we do require that on most of our boat storage lots, correct?
Correct, but a lot of those you'll see, there are no other trees around, so, but you're perfectly within your right to make that a condition as well, if that's the
Yeah,
pleasure of the board.
Moving forward, I think that's necessary because I think the Boardwalk HOA was I don't know about Windmere, but people I talked to in the Boardwalk, I'm pretty sure they're expecting a buffer around it, as well as leaving the trees.
Okay, I don't think that was communicated to us, but, I mean, again, we can certainly make that a condition if that's something the board would like to require.
I mean, it's pretty consistent with all the other ones we've done, right?
I would say yes and no. I mean, some of them that had existing trees, we didn't require. I can think of the one in Windy Gap, that we did, I don't know, going up Windy Gap Mountain, there was one there. We didn't require additional plantings there.
It was
There
just
one
in the
on-
woods.
One on, yeah, one
In
on.
the woods like this.
On Moorwood Road, we required some trees on one side, on the road side, but we didn't require trees all the way around it. So it's kind of a mix depending on what the existing conditions are.
Anybody got any other questions for Mr. Standy? All right, thank you. Be seated. Thank you, sir. All right, Madam Clerk, we're going to open the public hearing. Have you got anyone?
I have Andrew Lumpson again.
Andrew Lumsden.
Man, he's popular tonight.
Hello, everyone. Andrew Lumsden with Lumsden Associates. We are the surveyors and engineers involved with the project, working on behalf of Lakewood Capital. Mr. Matt Logue was heading up the charge for Lakewood Capital. Fortunately, he lives in Knoxville, so he is assigning me to the task tonight to answer any questions that you may have and just give a quick summary of the project. I think Mr. Sandy did a good job of giving the timeline of it. It was more of the reason why we are in this instance is the economic downturn of 2008, 2009 precluded the Willards from constructing this boat facility back during that time frame. So now Lakewood Capital, who is the developer, is looking at finalizing the full build out, which was for this boat storage as was originally intended. The E&S permit, like you mentioned, we have made a first submittal for our development plan. We have received comments and addressed those comments, but we have not made a second submittal just yet. We were waiting to get, fingers crossed, approval from the supervisors first. So with that said, I'm open to any questions that you might have.
Anybody got any questions for Mr. Lumsden?
So I saw that the landscape plan hasn't been submitted yet. Were you guys planning on putting screening around it?
We were not. We were hoping, like Mr. Sandy said, to keep the existing vegetation as much as we could and use that as our screening. Mr. Logue with Lakewood Capital has said that if a condition needs to be more formalized in order to gain approval, he would entertain that.
Well, tell him thank you for that.
Yeah. So if slatted fencing is required, or an increased buffer around the fence, he's open to it, but only if you feel that the existing vegetation would not serve its purpose.
Thank you.
Anyone else got any questions for Mr. Lumsden? Yes, Mr. Carter.
What's your opinion of the existing vegetation?
I think y'all have touched on it. It is deciduous, so it could be a little sparse in the winter. However, it is a big parcel. It's a 7-acre tract, and it's only going to be developed 7/10. So there is a lot of space in between to serve as a buffer. So I think it would suffice as is.
Okay, thank you.
How far is it from the back of that lot to the property line there?
Yeah, the closest one, so if you're looking at it, just straight due north where we call out that well lot, right there, it is almost 200 feet. I mean, you can see the 175-foot mark on the, so I mean, it's close to 190, I believe. I don't have my scale with me, but I think we're in that range.
No, thank you, sir.
Sure.
Anyone else? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, we'll open it for public hearing. You got anybody signed up, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Mr. Gary Flora.
Mr. Gary Flora?
And y'all will have to excuse me, my hearing's terrible. I don't know what,
Mr. Flora, can I get you to remove your mask, please, so we can hear you?
I don't know whether he said that that was gonna have shrubbery around it or not. That gonna be enclosed by the shrubbery?
The current proposal is that the existing vegetation would remain, but there would be no additional trees planted.
Okay, well, I'm gonna vote against it then.
Okay.
Because I thought when I was over here at the first meeting that y'all were gonna do shrubbery, and I was supposed to get a set of plans on what y'all were doing, which I didn't. But if it's not going, if you can see where that well lot is, that's my driveway going into a very expensive lot right there. I can park on that road and I can look right through the trees that are there right now, and I can see this property. And there's no boats or anything there right now. So when they put up a fence and put the boats in there, they're gonna be completely visible from my property. And what I thought at the last meeting, I said I didn't have any objections because I thought somebody said that there were going to be shrubbery planted all the way around the thing so that this boatyard would not be visible from the road or any adjoining properties.
All right, sir.
Obviously, that's not the case. So I'm against it because I'm paying a lot of taxes on that land right there. And I think it's really gonna hurt the value of it to be sitting there looking at that boatyard.
Yes, sir. Thank you,
And
sir.
she wants to talk.
Yes, sir. Ma'am, you come on up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Need to state your name and address, please, for the board.
My name is Rose Quinnen. My address is 163 Windmere Trail. Okay, and it's on the street that is, you know, at an angle. It's right off Scruggs.
Yes,
That
ma'am.
lot is at the corner of Windmere, more or less, and Scruggs Road. And I can speak on behalf of the residents of Windmere Point, and that is, it is truly important that if we're storing boats there, that it be aesthetically dealt with. We do need to have some shrubbery there, some greens. That will be a year-round buffer to protect it from looking junky, really. I will say that right now, when you drive down Scruggs, that area is very obvious. You just look right in and you see where all of the trees are down and all of the stumps are visible. And it's totally in the open. I mean, obviously the leaves are deciduous in most places. There are other trees along that property that are evergreens, and they're very effective for being a buffer because there happens to be a tobacco shed in there, and I don't even think any of our residents even know it exists, but it's there. So what I'm saying is that they have a right to have a boat lot there, but it should be something that's aesthetically appealing to the neighbors. People have invested in Smith Mountain Lake. They have homes that they treasure. They want an aesthetic appeal to their properties and to the entrances of their properties. And I think that that's very important. I think the other thing is, do we have a guarantee if they do put up a buffer of evergreens that it won't, if the trees all die, then what? I mean, who will go back and fix it and make sure that it stays that way? Because if the trees are all dead, we're back to square one. I do have to say that Boardwalk, and that was the Willard Brothers, I don't know the people who own it now, but they have a boat lot up on Boardwalk, and you wouldn't know it when you drive by because it's very, very well screened with greenery that's very attractive. That's what we want here if you want to have a boat lot. It would really benefit everybody if you make that a consideration, really. And I think especially Mr. Flora, whose lot is right next door. So I hope you will take that into consideration. I understand they already had an approval before, and that's something to consider. But we really would like those issues addressed if we're to proceed. Do you know how many boats would be there? How many boats would be, that's 7/10 of an acre, that's not a lot of boats, is it?
I don't know. Do you have any idea?
It's not going to be striped, but it will be kept in your proper order.
We're
anticipating in the 30s.
30 boats on 7/10 of an acre, okay. Okay, well, anyway, those are our concerns. I've talked to a couple of people on the street, and most of them don't have an issue here, as long as we do have that guarantee.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Clerk, is there anyone else?
That is all I have, unless Captain Amos, nope, that's it.
Thank you. We'll go back into closed session. Mr. Sandy, if you'll come back up, please. What would entail to have them put a buffer around that lot?
I think we can make that a condition. I think the other option to consider that he also mentioned was the slats in the fences, in the fence. That's less maintenance. If those trees, one of the neighbors had commented about the trees dying and having to get them replaced, so that's an option as well. So, but simply adding that as a condition would be all you would have to do in this particular case.
All right, we got a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would like the board to consider adding a condition regarding the evergreen shrubbery. And Steve, I'm not an expert at plantings, but I'm not interested in really having something that's 4 or 6 inches high to start with. It's going to take 10 or 15 years to grow.
Yeah, and probably take longer because of the existing tree cover too.
So I would like that considered.
Typically 6 feet at the time of planting is what we recommend or what we require.
So do you think the slatted fencing would be an added benefit, or just leave it
I
with
don't think you would have to do both. My suggestion was maybe one or the other.
Okay.
The slatted fencing, if it was green, it would blend in. You wouldn't be able to see inside the fence. But
from a planning perspective, what would you recommend?
the only thing that worries me is that the trees will take longer to grow, and maybe Mr. Mitchell can chime in, but with all the other trees around there, it seems like maybe they would take longer to grow and that the slats in the fence might be more effective, but.
How tall is the fence?
I'm sorry?
How tall is the fence?
6 or 8? How much? I believe 6 or 8, yeah. He's saying he thinks it's 6 foot tall.
15-gallon skip laurels would probably do the job. They get 10 feet tall, they'll tolerate the shade.
So it'd have to be something that would,
10 feet.
Something that would grow well in the shade, I think, because you do have that other canopy of trees there.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would like to ensure that we specify that condition.
Make that into your motion.
Yeah.
Can I just clarify where are we talking about? This side, this side, this side, all these sides, or just the?
All the way around.
All the way, okay.
Mr. Sandy, is that lot, would they cut timber off of it? Or is it just growed up lot?
I really don't know. I know the one neighbor had mentioned the tobacco building. There is a shed out there. When I was out there, it's probably been timbered at some point, but I really don't know kind of the history. Maybe when they developed the rest of the subdivision, they cleared it at that time. I don't know.
But, Mr. Lumpson, they did agree then to do the fence or the trees, either or?
That's correct.
Okay.
So I think we can work with the engineer for coming up with a type of tree. I think that would be best suited in that environment, if that's acceptable.
All right. Anyone else, do any questions?
15.
All right, we have what's your pleasure?
Yes, sir. I move that we find that such use will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent property, that the character of the zoning district will not be changed thereby, and that such use will be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the county code, with the uses permitted by right in the zoning district and with the public health, safety, and general welfare to the community. Therefore, I move to recommend approval of the petitioner's request for a special use permit for a boat storage yard to include an added condition for a planting of 15-gallon minimum of 6 to 10-foot evergreen trees that would surround the entire perimeter of said boatyard, and that this would be in accordance with Section 25-179 of the zoning ordinance with the 4 conditions plus the amended condition as recommended by the Planning Commission.
Second.
We have a second. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by the same sign? Madam Clerk, passed. Mr. Sandy. Application for Blankenship and Associates.
Yes, sir. So actually, there's 2 public hearings for this property. One is an application to rezone the property to Business B2 from A1. So we'll take them in sequence, rezone.
Yes,
I can
sir.
explain both if you'd like.
That'd be good.
You know, but we may want to hold separate public hearings for each one. So this is an existing business, the Rocky Mount Tractors there on 220, right near the business park and the new Dollar General store. They're looking to expand the operation a little bit, and so requesting a rezoning to legalize what's there, but also allow them to have an additional display area for some of their equipment. And so this is a business that's been at that location for over 30 years. Again, they'd like to be able to expand the business. They acquired the adjacent lot next to it. This is a situation where it's currently an existing non-conforming lot, you know, since it's been there so long. But to expand it, they really needed to bring it in compliance with the zoning and then also get a special use permit for the outdoor display. And so those are the 2 requests that are before you. This is the vicinity location. This is the property here that we're talking about here. Oops, this is just the aerial photograph. So this is the existing operation, and we're talking about being able to use this extra area here, but looking to rezone all of that. And again, this is the new area, if you will, that's being used by the business for the display of some of the tractors. Currently, they do most of the display up here in the front, but I think they also like to have some area here. And according to Mr. Blankenship, after he fixes one, he also likes to take it out there and cut the grass and make sure it's working. So part of this area will be grass that he can go out there and actually make sure everything's working correctly. So staff analysis, again, rezoning this would be in keeping with the overlay district and the expansion of this business. The comp plan would support this request. There were no public hearings, no speakers at the public hearing. And the Planning Commission has recommended approval with 4 conditions listed here, that they'll use the property for sales, service, and repair. The use of the property for the outdoor displays will be in accordance with that section of the zoning ordinance. They'll do it in substantial conformity with the plan that you saw, the concept plan. And then any other uses of the property would have to come back through a separate process. And these were proffered conditions that were submitted by the applicant for the rezoning. So these would be the conditions that would apply to the rezoning of the property going to Business B2. And I can just jump ahead to the special use permit because it's this, in essence, it's the same thing here. The special use permit was for the outdoor displays specifically. There were no public comments received at the public hearing. And the Planning Commission also recommended that with 4 different conditions, especially related to the outdoor display. The trailers and equipment will be in operable condition unless within an enclosed structure. They don't, no parts and things stored outside, only, you know, working equipment. No storage in the yards or the setback areas. They must do a minor site plan showing the work, and if they're disturbing over 10,000 square feet, they also need the E&S plan. And so those are the 2 items. As I said, we've advertised a public hearing for both the rezoning and the special use permit. So we do need to take separate actions on both of those items.
Anybody got any questions for Mr. Sandy on this? Thank you, Mr. Sandy.
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll open the public hearing. Madam Clerk?
I have Mr. Wayne Blankenship. Okay, Mr. John Boynton.
Good evening, I'm John Boynton. I'm here on behalf of Rocky Mount Tractor and Wayne Blankenship. It's a fairly straightforward and simple request. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer it. Planning Commission was 7-0 in favor. Staff recommends favorable consideration. I don't have anything really to add to that. Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, is there anyone else here for that?
No, sir, unless Captain Davis, no, sir.
No. Thank you. We'll go back into closed session. Has the board got any comment? Anyone got any comment?
I just have one quick comment. I pass by there on a daily basis. That's one of the neatest, most
Neatest,
orderly
clean.
lots on 220. It always looks very nice.
Yes.
This is also a customer of mine. I'll have to abstain from the vote as well. I have to abstain from this vote as well.
All right, so if there's nothing else, then I'd like to make a motion that I find that such rezoning will not be a substantial detriment to the adjacent property, that the character of the surrounding area will not be changed thereby, and that such rezoning will be in harmony and with the purpose and intent of the county code and the comprehensive plan. Therefore, I move to recommend to approve the request for the rezoning of this 2.98 acre parcel from A1 agricultural to B2 general business district with the four proper conditions.
Second.
I have a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous pass.
You got me as abstain.
All right, we'll open it up for public hearing on the second request. Seeing none, we'll go back into closed session.
Yeah, I only had the same two sign up, so unless you're okay.
He shook his head no.
Perfect, just making sure.
Seeing none, we'll go back into closed session. Any comment from the board? All right, I'm going to make a motion to approve. I find that such use will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property, that the character of the zoning district will not be changed thereby, and that such use will be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the county code, with the uses permitted by right in the zoning district, and with the public health, safety, and general welfare of the community. Therefore, I move to recommend approval of the petitioner's request for a special use permit for outdoor display on business property in accordance with section 25-336 of the zoning ordinance, with the conditions as recommended in the staff report.
Second.
Have a second?
I'll have to abstain.
All-
I'll abstain again, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, all in favor signify by yes.
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 Any opposed, same sign. All right, you got it.
Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Okay, last time.
Okay, buddy. You promise.
Yeah, last time you had to hear from me. This is an application for a special use permit. Again, this is for an outdoor display on business property. Again, this is property owned by the Bowmans, but Gerald Wingfield is the applicant. This is for the outdoor display for a stone yard. And this is located at the intersection of Burnt Chimney Road and Route 122. It's technically in the Gills Creek district. It's kind of right there where Gills Creek and Union Hall and maybe even Boone all come together, right there in the village of Burnt Chimney. Gerald Wingfield is the owner of Blue Ridge Stone Sales, and doing business there is the Rock Yard, and he's looking for the special use permit to allow the outdoor display for stone and other things he has out there, as well as some stockpiles. The parcel is really 4 acres, and it's shared with a convenience store, a gas station. There's an abandoned car wash there as well, for those of you familiar with the area. We have issued land use and building permits for this property for the employee service building that's there. And the building official is requiring that there be portable toilets there for the employee use, for when employees are there working. Again, this location's right here at the intersection of Burnt Chimney Road and 122. Here it is, this lot here. And so across Burnt Chimney Road is the school and the water tank right there.
It's already in business.
You can kind of see that here. If you remember this lot, occasionally you'd see yard sales there, flea markets on the weekends. This corner lot, Mr. Wingfield has come in and is using that for the Stone Yard facility, and this is his concept plan that he submitted for how we would have the area laid out, how he would access the property. So there'll be no access off of Burnt Chimney Road. The access would be over here near the car wash facility to come in here and then in and out off of Route 122. So he worked with VDOT to get those necessary entrances that he needed for the property here. A few notes from the staff report. The property is in the Burnt Chimney Village area, and it does meet a commercial need for this area. There were no public comments at the advertised public hearing, and the Planning Commission recommended approval by a vote of 7-0 with the 5 conditions. That the site be developed in accordance with that concept plan that I showed just a minute ago. Site plan and sign permits will have to be approved for the use. No structures can be placed in the utility easements there. There is a Western Virginia Water Authority utility easement. There will be portable toilets for the staffs, and that's in accordance with the building code for that use. And then if the abandoned car wash is used for any use, it would have to have a change in use, have to have a approved building permit from the building official. The hours of operation that would be limited to 8 to 5 Monday through Friday and 8 to 12 on Saturday. And then number 5, if there's any necessary Department of Health permits, they would need to get those and have those in hand. When talking with the health department, it depends if they put in bathroom facilities or keep the portable toilets, whether or not they would need the septic permit. So put that in there, just if things change in the future, they would need to get those permits. As Mr. Gwynn said, just a friendly reminder that they have to get those permits from those other state agencies. And I'll be happy to answer any questions on this item, Mr. Wingfield. I don't see.
Anybody got any questions?
VDOT said that he can't access off of Burnt Chimney Road? Why?
Yeah. I don't know the reasoning why. I wish Mr. Wingfield was here. I didn't see him. He could explain that, but I'm guessing because of some of the site distance and some of the distance to the intersection, maybe.
It's gonna make it really tough for him to do business with trucks and trailers there.
Yeah, but he's got it worked out, and when we did the site visit, he seemed happy with.
Nothing we can do about it, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Sandy. We'll go into, open it to the public hearing. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody here wishing to speak?
We have nobody here, tap in this.
All right, we'll close the public hearing, go back into closed session. What's your pleasure? Got any
Mr. Chairman?
Comments? Or any-
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were ready for a motion.
anybody got any comments or anything before we take a motion? Okay, we're ready for the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I find that the proposed special use permit for outdoor display on business property will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent property, that the character of the zoning district will not be changed thereby, and that such use will be in harmony with the proposed and intent of the county code, with the uses permitted by right in the zoning district and with public health, safety, and general welfare to community, and is consistent with the purpose and intent of the county's comprehensive plan. I therefore recommend approval of the special use request in accordance with section 25-638 of the zoning ordinance with the 5 conditions as recommended by the Planning Commission.
We got a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Madam Clerk, unanimous. All right, we're getting ready to have our public comment. Before that, we're going to take a 10-minute break and be back. aside in our meeting for public comment. Public comment gives citizens an opportunity to address the board in person or in writing on matters appropriate to the responsibilities of the board. Speakers must direct all comments to the board as a whole and not to individual board members or employees of the board or the county. Personal attacks and insulting, profane, or vulgar language will not be tolerated. Likewise, commentary on issues that are not within the purview of the board and that are not a function of the local government and over which we have no control are not acceptable. Public comment is not a question and answer session, and board members will not answer questions during public comment. If a speaker violates these rules, the chair may rule the speaker out of order, and upon second violation, have the speaker removed from the podium. Madam Clerk, will you please call the first speaker?
Mr. Ryan Wood.
I'll ask you to come forward. If you have a mask, please remove it. State your name and address for the board, please, for the record.
My name is Brian Wood, 310 Bailey Boulevard, Hardy, Virginia.
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Brian Wood. I live in Hardy. I'm a vice chairman of the Franklin County Militia, and I'm here to speak tonight about who we are. I'm also here to begin a dialogue with this civic body on behalf of the militia. No other individuals speak for the Franklin County Unorganized Militia other than those appointed to do so here tonight. During the January Board of Supervisors meeting, allegations were made by a member of the public last summer when BLM Franklin County held their protests. The Franklin County Militia were there with their AK-47s. I'm here to categorically deny that any member of the Franklin County Militia was present carrying AK-47s down the streets of Rocky Mount during any of the BLM protests. We believe all citizens should be able to exercise their rights, and we trust the good sheriff and his deputies, as well as the Rocky Mount Police Department, will be able to maintain the peace and protect the public should any individuals attempt to disturb the peace or disrupt a lawful protest. The question was then asked, quote, "How will you protect all the citizens of Rocky Mount from terrorists?" End quote. Let me assure you, and the good citizens of Franklin County, we are not terrorists. When lawful people hear the word militia, a fear response is generated because of the demonization of a lawful and constitutionally affirmed right. The word is used as a cudgel against all citizens who would dare to exercise that right by ideologues who seek to suppress liberty with the promise of security, or the false argument that we, the people, no longer have that right because the government has replaced it with the National Guard. But that does not abrogate the responsibility of all eligible citizens to prepare themselves for service in the unorganized militia. Article 1, Section 13 of the Virginia Constitution is clear. The Founding Fathers recognized that the last check against the tyranny of the mob or of the state was the body of the people in service to the militia and the Republic. 246 years ago, yesterday, on April 19th, 1775, the militia stood their ground in Lexington, Massachusetts against troops sent to confiscate shot, powder, and musket. Every avenue of compromise was attempted before that fateful day, when they were left with no other choice but to defend their natural rights by the use of arms. One of the objectives of the Franklin County Militia is to avoid conflict by serving as a civic organization that advocates for the preservation of natural rights affirmed by our Constitution. We have spent the last 6 months quietly finding ways to serve our communities. We've reached out to the county on several occasions to begin a dialogue, but thus far, we have not been invited to the table. That's unfortunate. Hopefully, that begins to change tonight. We support those public servants who uphold their oaths and principles of the Founding Fathers. We will not surrender our liberty. I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Walter Drew.
My name is Walter Drew. I live at 210 Mountain Avenue here in Rocky Mount. And I want to thank you ladies and gentlemen of the Board of Supervisors for allowing me to speak tonight. I am speaking on behalf of the Unorganized Militia of Franklin County. It is the vision of the Unorganized Militia of Franklin County to create a citizens-based group of like-minded individuals dedicated to ensuring that all, and I mean all, Franklin County residents have unrestricted, full, and equal access to the God-given rights contained in the United States Constitution, the Commonwealth of Virginia Constitution, and the Bill of Rights. It is our desire to support the right of any group of citizens to peacefully gather, air their grievances, and speak their mind without fear of intimidation or threats of violence. We are dedicated to teaching citizens about their unalienable rights and finding opportunities to work for the common good of our Franklin County community. Our goal is to avoid and be available to help with civic functions, as well as supporting our first responders in times of peace, turmoil, or disaster. Based on Title 44 of the Virginia Code, Chapter 1, militia shall be divided into 3 classes: the organized militia, which consists of the Army National Guard and the Air National Guard, the Virginia Defense Force, which is the reserve unit of the National Guard, and the unorganized militia. Our Commonwealth Constitution makes it very clear that the unorganized militia exists whether it has been called up to service or not. All able-bodied citizens can be called upon to protect their city, their county, or their state. It therefore behooves us as individuals and citizens to be prepared while developing camaraderie with our neighbors and finding ways to support our first responders. In closing, I want to thank the Franklin County Board of Supervisors for passing the Second Amendment Sanctuary Resolution last year. And I want to assure the Franklin Board of Supervisors that we are opposed to any acts of violence, any acts of intimidation or discrimination used to deny any citizen full and equal access to their God-given rights. Again, I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak, and I hope that we have an opportunity to work on further resolutions in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Gerald Connor.
Hello, my name is Gerald Connor, and I live at 400 Winfield Lane in Wirtz, Virginia. Thank y'all for letting me speak tonight. I want to talk about what the unorganized militia in Franklin County is. First of all, we're not what the mainstream media nor the current administration are trying to depict us to be. We are Franklin County residents. We are your neighbors. Some of us are young and just getting started in life, and some of us have been on this earth for a number of years. We are people who are raising our families and making a life here for our family and ourselves. Some of us are business owners. We all have several things in common. We care deeply about our nuclear families, which is under attack by certain groups today in a big way. We care about our land, and in a lot of cases, we care about our animals. We care about our friends, and we care about the entire Franklin County community. Franklin County is a special place where we all live, where we wish to be able to live in peace and be safe and secure. We wish to live our lives as free men, free of outside interference from those that wish to alter our lifestyle here. The stereotypes that are being spouted in various forms of the media could be not further from the real truth here in our community. As stated before, things we're not. We're not terrorists. We're not white supremacists. We're not Nazis, Ku Klux Klan members, or extremists in any way. And we are definitely not seeking to dismantle or attack a government at any level. We intend to stay involved in our community. Since our inception, we have donated over 200 toys to the Christmas toy drive that was held by the Franklin County Sheriff's Department. We've donated to the Pack a Sack program at the Callaway Elementary School. We've raised money and toys for a local family that lost everything right before Christmas last year. We've raised money for a family in our community that was having problems making ends meet due to an extended illness in a family member that required round-the-clock care. Most importantly, we care about the American ideal that is under attack like never before. We wish to protect the American way of life and preserve that ideal for our children and grandchildren. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening. And I also want to say that I know what you do is often a thankless job with regular confrontations. And I want to say thank you for being willing to take the time and step into your roles. Good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ron Kohler.
Call the name again, please.
Mr. Chairman, I have driven 100 miles and would appreciate maybe a little consideration on going beyond the 3 minutes, if that's okay.
Do you represent any
I-
particular organization, sir?
No. No, I'm not part of an organization. I'm by myself. Is that?
You don't even live in Franklin County?
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay,
Yeah, I live in Pinhook.
okay. State your name and address, please.
Sure. Ron Kohler, Kohler, 223 Anthony Ford Road, Pinhook.
We'll go with 4 minutes, okay.
Can I give this to Madeline or Steve to hand out one? Give me a few minutes, Steve, if you would. I know we're going to talk about short-term rentals, and your eyes are going to glaze over, and it's almost 8 o'clock at night, and I know you've had this conversation at many meetings. But I want to put a little different perspective on it and get your consideration. Yeah, I looked at the Franklin County codes, and you have codes that have punishment and consequences versus deterrence. That's what codes and laws are all about. So if we were going to be silly, and I was going to tell you that we're going to change the law on armed robbery, and we're going to have a sentence of a week, I think you would all agree that armed robbery would increase in Franklin County. In the same token, if we said, let's put a $25,000 fine and 5 years in jail for speeding in Franklin County, you would probably say, we're going to see a drop in speeding. So it's all about deterrence and punishment that come together. You can go ahead and hand out now, Steve. Thank you. We've been dealing with an R1 zoning violation for 8 months. I've been up here several times. And my question is this. We've been doing this for 8 months. I have 15 host compliance complaints that have been filed. 15 complaints. It went to circuit court, or was going to circuit court, and the county has spent thousands of dollars with their contract with the attorney to represent this case over 8 months, thousands of dollars. The renters had the luxury of renting it for the last 8 months and made thousands, tens of thousands of dollars. Madeline, do you have one of those left, or Steve, do you have one left? Steve. Thank you. I'll take it. So I don't know anybody back here. I know nobody back here. And I'm just going to read you part of the complaint and see if you think that this is the way justice and the law works. Here's the consent. Here's the consent. Never got to because the lawyers negotiated it. The renters made thousands of dollars. County spent thousands of dollars. And here's the result. I'll just read the bottom line. You all have a copy, but I'll read this for this audience and get their thoughts whether they think this is the way justice is done. Civil penalty. $1,000, $1,000 civil penalty that the lawyers agreed to. Oh, wait a minute, 800 of it is forgiven. a $200 fine. A $200 fine for people that knowingly violated, and Mr. Perdue was here at some point during the summer and said, we know R1 zoning violation. We know we're not going to try to change that. We know it's against the zone. I then wrote a letter to Steve, and in the letter, this was done on February 25th, and the letter said they didn't even change the Airbnb listing below 30 days, which 30 days, as you know, is short-term rental. They didn't even address it. They don't care. They don't care. I know I'm running out of time, and I'm going to make my point. My point is this. I'm sure you're familiar with Franklin County Code 25-800.1. Talks about civil penalties. That's the code, civil penalties. What is the civil penalty? I'll answer it. I'll be rhetorical. $100. $100. So my point to you, and I'll wind this up very quickly, Mr. Chairman, just 30 seconds more, which is please look at the civil penalties that you have, and please talk to these judges so they take it seriously. Zoning infractions are serious. And I would say, just like anything else, if we decided today we're going to have lower income housing in Franklin County, we think that's a good idea. We think lower income housing is a good idea. Would you like to have it next to you? You might raise your hand and say, well, it's a good idea. Oh, it's going to be next to me? I'm not sure it's going to be a good idea. That's what I face with rental. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Mr. Sandy?
Any questions or no?
No, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
David Davis? No comment. Linda Davis?
Thank you.
And Glenna Moore?
Good evening. My name is Glenna Hawkins Moore. I live in Rocky Mount. If you Google Franklin County, Virginia, Wikipedia shares two very interesting facts about us. Firstly, of their 10 most notable people, 5 are African Americans: Booker T. Washington, Adam Clayton Powell Sr., Dwayne Pee Wee Board, Jesse Martin, and Terrell Basham. I'd like to focus on Adam Clayton Powell Sr. Interestingly, the land he was born on was recently brought before you in the February meeting. Most folks, though, are more familiar with his political activist son, Adam Clayton Powell Jr., the first Black congressman from New York. Adam Clayton Powell Sr., born in 1865, wrote an autobiography entitled Against the Tide. And like Booker T. Washington, the first few pages refer to his birthplace. A quote from his book: "My birth, early life, and training prepared me for hardships. 25 days after General Lee surrendered at Appomattox, I was born near Magotty Creek in Franklin County, Virginia. My earliest recollections were of severe poverty. The wealth of the South had been destroyed by the Civil War." His family then moved to West Virginia when he was 10. Now, Adam Clayton Powell Sr. is famous for developing Abyssinia Baptist Church in Harlem as the largest congregation in the U.S. at the time. He had 14,000 members. He was the first of any race to pastor a mega church. He graduated from Wayland Seminary and Yale University. He died in 1953. Close to the years, Tommy Cunda and Ronnie Mitchell and I were born. Tommy and Ronnie born with full constitutional rights, and I born with limited and altered Southern restrictions. Basically, I was born a second-class citizen. Powell was 88 when he died in 1953 and had no more rights in Franklin County than he had in 1865 when he was born. As I told you in January, he nor Booker T. Washington could eat or sleep in white-owned hotels or restaurants in this county, no matter how famous they were. The Confederate statues on courthouse lawns throughout the South were planted by the United Daughters of the Confederacy as beacons of segregation and white supremacy. And that's heritage with hate. By the way, Board Member Smith, the second interesting fact about Franklin County from Wikipedia is that your district, you represent and have a documented reputation for frequent racist Ku Klux Klan activity. Ask any older Black constituents to educate you about those frightening rallies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Larry Moore?
He's not coming. Who's next?
That's all we have signed up.
Is there anybody here else wish for public comment that didn't sign up? Thank you. We'll be closing the public comment then. Do we have any board appointments for the any committees? Anybody got any of those that you want to address tonight? All right, we need to need a motion for the daily grind. Oh, we don't need to do that. All right, Ms. Smith, you've got a motion to make.
I do, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. I would make a motion that the county enter into an option to purchase agreement with Champion Modular regarding the former Moducraft facility in Rocky Mount, and to authorize the county administrator and county attorney to execute any and all such documents as may be necessary to enter into this contract.
Second.
Second. Madam Clerk, we do a roll call vote on that, please.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Taylor.
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes.
Thank you all.
Do we have any other matters by supervisors? All right, seeing none?
No, I do. I'm sorry. We were celebrating over here. I've just
Let
got
us all in, we'll have a party.
Yeah, I know. Takes a lot off our plate, so we're excited. Let me pull up my calendar here. I got some notes for the meeting today. First thing, this would be a request from staff as long as the board will support me. I think it was Saturday we had a citizen go missing in Wade Park. Took quite a while to find him. He was found deceased. Speaking with volunteers, I should have spoke to Billy about this first, but it just kind of came about today. Can we have GIS get with Parks and Rec to label the trails or help with getting some signage? That way, if we have someone missing in one of our parks, we can be like, this person's on this trail, or this person was last seen on this trail, and we know where to go, so it's not a free-for-all trying to find people. If GIS can help with that, that'd be fantastic. Is that a good idea, rest of the board?
Absolutely.
So, let's see, that was that item. So as you know, with the committee, me and Tim are on. The last meeting, Tim was at the hospital for his new grandbabies. Congratulations, by the way. What we talked about there was involving some of our youth to help put together a presentation, kind of help us find our way. Since a big goal is retaining our youth here in the county is a big goal of our committee, so that when our kids are graduating high school, they're wanting to stay here in the county, which there's other things we're doing to work towards that. So I'm really excited. I would like to ask the board support, Mr. Chairman, for some time on next board meeting in May for the children at the Drew Center to come in and present this presentation to the board.
How long will the presentation take?
Maybe 20 minutes, if we can have 20 minutes.
We can do that, can't we?
Yeah.
Everybody okay with that?
Yeah, and you know, there's one group of kids in the county that they're called the Chill Kids. It's an acronym, and they're actually going to put a survey together that reaches 18 to 80-year-old citizens in the county to kind of help us make decisions, past moving forward on things that we can do to improve the county. So their survey will be rolled into the presentation that the kids from the Drew Center are going to put together.
20 minutes.
20 minutes. Thank you very much. I will let them know at our meeting Thursday night. So I appreciate that.
Okay.
And thank you guys for your support for Fire EMS, volunteer paid, Sheriff's Office. The volunteer fire chief that I spoke to today was Chief Woodruff Rocky Mount was talking about how well the volunteer fire paid EMS and the Sheriff's Office worked together Friday to take care of that situation. So appreciate any more support we can have moving forward. Thank you.
Anyone else, Tim?
I just want to take the time to thank all of you that came, that represent the Franklin County Militia. I appreciate you taking your time and coming. Just know this, that this board, speaking for myself, there's not a stronger supporter for Second Amendment rights than myself. And I think I feel comfortable speaking for the other board members as well. Franklin County is a wonderful place to live, and I appreciate you taking your time to put forth the efforts to ensure that Franklin County stays that wonderful place that we love and cherish so dearly. So thank you for coming. I appreciate it, and I know the other members do as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Any other? All right, we'll stand at recess till our budget adoption on Tuesday, May the 4th at 4 p.m. here in this room. Thank you.